The Adventures of Pinocchio by C. Collodi. How it was that the teacher Cereza, a carpenter by trade, found a stick that cried and laughed like a child. Once upon a time, a king. My little readers will say right away, no, guys, you're wrong. Once upon a time there was a piece of wood. It was not luxurious wood, but a simple piece of firewood from those sticks that in winter are put into stoves and fireplaces to light the fire and heat the rooms. I don't remember how it happened, but it is the case that, one day, that piece of wood arrived at the workshop of an old carpenter whose name was Maestro Antonio, although everyone called him Maestro Cereza, because of the tip of his nose, which was always bright and red like a ripe cherry. As soon as the teacher Cereza saw that piece of wood, he was very happy and, rubbing his hands with pleasure, he murmured in a low voice, "This wood has arrived on time. With it I will make the leg of a small table." No sooner said than done. He immediately took a sharp axe to begin removing the bark and roughing it up. As he was about to swing the first blow, he stood with his arm in the air, because he heard a very soft little voice say, "Don't hit me so hard." Imagine how the good old man stayed. He rolled his startled eyes around the room, to see where that little voice could have come from, and saw no one. He looked under the bench, and no one. He looked into a closet that was always closed, and no one. He looked in the basket of shavings and sawdust, and no one. He opened the workshop door, to also take a look at the street, and no one. "So, I understand," he said, laughing and scratching his wig. "It is clear that I have imagined that little voice. Let's keep working." And, taking up the axe again, he struck a most solemn blow at the piece of wood. "Oh, you hurt me," he yelled, complaining, the little voice. This time Master Cherry was left with his eyes bulging out of his sockets with fear, his mouth open and his tongue hanging down to his chin, like a fountain figurehead. As soon as he recovered the use of the word, he began to say, trembling with fright, "But, where did that little voice come from that said, 'Oh, not a soul is to be seen here'? Is it possible that this piece of wood has learned to cry and lament like a child? I can't believe it. The wood, there it is. It's a piece of wood to burn, like all the others, to throw it on the fire and boil a pot of beans. So, has someone been hiding here? If someone has hidden, worse for him. Now I fix it." And, saying this, he seized with both hands that poor piece of wood and mercilessly smashed it against the walls of the room. Then he began to listen, to see if he heard any voice that lamented. He waited 2 minutes, and nothing. 5 minutes, and nothing. 10 minutes, and nothing. "I see," he said then, forcing himself to laugh and scratching his wig. "It is seen that little voice that said, 'Ouch. I figured it out. Let's keep working.'" And since a great fear had entered him, he tried to hum, to give himself a little courage. Meanwhile, laying aside the axe, he took up a brush to plane and polish the piece of wood, but, while he was brushing it from below, he heard the usual little voice that said to him, laughing, "Leave me. You're tickling me." This time poor Teacher Cherry fell as if struck down. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself sitting on the ground. His face seemed transfixed and even the tip of his nose, which was almost always red, had turned blue with fear. Maestro Cereza gives the stick to his friend Geppetto, who accepts it to make a marvelous doll that knows how to dance, fencing and somersaults. At that moment there was a knock on the door. "Come in," said the carpenter, not having the strength to stand up. A very fresh old man, whose name was Geppetto, entered the workshop, but the neighborhood boys, when they wanted to anger him, nicknamed him Polendina, because of his yellow wig, which looked like corn. Geppetto was very angry. Woe to those who called him Polendina. He immediately became furious and there was no one who could contain him. "Good morning, Master Antonio," Geppetto said. "What is he doing there, on the ground?" "I teach the abacus to the ants." "Good luck to you. What brought you here, compadre Geppetto?" "The legs." "You must know, Master Antonio, that I have come to ask you for a favor." "Here he has me, at his disposal," replied the carpenter, rising to his knees. "This morning I got an idea in my head." "Tell me about it." "I have thought of making a nice wooden doll. A wonderful doll, who knows how to dance, who knows fencing and somersaults. I plan to travel the world with that doll, earning myself a piece of bread and a glass of wine. What do you think?" "Well done, Polendina," cried the usual little voice, which was unknown where it came from. Hearing himself called Polendina, Geppetto turned red with anger, like a pepper, and turning to the carpenter he said angrily, "Why do you offend me?" "Who offends you? You called me Polendina." "It wasn't me. What was missing is that it would have been me. I tell him it was you." "No. Yeah. No. Yeah." And growing more and more heated, they went from words to deeds and, grabbing, scratching, biting and mistreating each other. When the fight was over, Maestro Antonio found himself with Geppetto's yellow wig in his hands, and Geppetto realized that he had the carpenter's graying wig in his mouth. "Give me back my wig," said the teacher Antonio. "And you give me back mine, and let's make peace." The two old men, each having retrieved his own wig, shook hands and swore they would be good friends for life. "So then, compadre Geppetto," said the carpenter, "as a sign of peace, what is the service you want from me?" "I would like some wood to make a doll. Give it to me." Master Antonio, very happy, immediately went to remove from the bench that piece of wood that had caused him so much fear. But, when he was about to hand it over to his friend, the piece of wood jerked and, violently slipping from his hands, he went to hit poor Geppetto's skinny shins hard. "Oh, is this the pretty way you give away your wood, Master Antonio? It has almost limped me. I swear it wasn't me." "Then it was me. It's all the fault of this wood." "I know it's the wood, but it was you who threw it at my legs." "I didn't throw it at him." "Liar." "Geppetto, don't offend me. If not, I call him Polendina." "Donkey." "Polendine." "Beast." "Polendine." "Ugly monkey." "Polendine." Hearing himself called Polendina for the third time, Geppetto lost his temper and rushed at the carpenter, and they beat each other up. After the battle, Master Antonio found 2 more scratches on his nose and the other, 2 fewer buttons on his jacket. Their scores thus equaled, they shook hands and swore they would be good friends for life. So Geppetto took his good piece of wood with him, and thanking Master Antonio, limped back to his house. Once at home, Geppetto begins to carve his doll and gives it the name of Pinocchio. First antics of the doll. Geppetto's house was 1 story and received light from a skylight. The furniture could not be more simple. A bad chair, a not very good bed and a very damaged little table. On the back wall was a fireplace with a burning fire, but the fire was painted, and by the fire was a pot, also painted, which boiled merrily and blew out a cloud of smoke that looked like real smoke. As soon as he entered his house, Geppetto took the tools and began to carve and make his doll. "What name shall I give it?" It was said. "I'll call him Pinocchio. That name will bring you luck. I have known a whole family of Pinocchios, Pinocchio the father, Pinocchio the mother, Pinocchios the children, and they all had a great time. The richest of them begged for alms. When he had chosen the name of the doll, he began to work quickly and immediately made her hair, then her forehead, then her eyes. Once the eyes were done, imagine his amazement when he noticed that they were moving and staring at him. Geppetto, feeling observed by those wooden eyes, almost took it badly and said, in a complaining tone, "Woody eyes, why are you looking at me?" No one answered. So, after the eyes, he made her nose. But this one, as soon as it was done, began to grow and grew, and in a few minutes it was a big nose that never ended. Poor Geppetto got tired of cutting it. The more he cut and shrunk it, the longer that impertinent nose became. After the nose he made the mouth. He hadn't finished doing it yet when he was starting to laugh and make fun of him. "Stop laughing," said Geppetto, irritated, but it was like talking to the wall. "I repeat, stop laughing," he yelled in a menacing voice. Then his mouth stopped laughing, but he stuck out his entire tongue. Geppetto, so as not to spoil his projects, pretended not to notice and continued working. After his mouth, he made her chin, then her neck, shoulders, stomach, arms, and hands. As soon as he finished with his hands, Geppetto felt his wig being removed. He turned, and what did his eyes see? His yellow wig in the doll's hands. "Pinocchio! Give me back my wig right now." And Pinocchio, instead of giving it back, put it on his own head, remaining half drowned under him. Faced with that way of being insolent and mocking, Geppetto became as sad and melancholic as he had never been in his life. And turning to Pinocchio, he said to him, "You naughty son. You're still half done and you're already starting to disrespect your father. That is very bad." And he wiped away a tear. Only the legs and feet remained to be made. When Geppetto had finished making the feet, he received a kick on the tip of the nose. "I deserve it, he told himself. She should have thought of it before. Now it's too late." He then took the doll under his arm and placed it on the ground, on the pavement of the room, to make it walk. Pinocchio had clumsy legs and couldn't move, and Geppetto took him by the hand to teach him to put one foot behind the other. Very soon, Pinocchio began to walk alone and run around the room, until, crossing the door of the house, he jumped into the street and fled. Poor Geppetto ran after him without being able to catch up, because the rogue Pinocchio hopped like a hare, stamping his wooden feet on the pavement of the street, making as much noise as 20 pairs of country clogs. Grab him, cried Geppetto. But the people who were in the street, when they saw that wooden doll that was running like crazy, stopped to look at it, and laughed like you can't imagine. At last a guard arrived, who, upon hearing all the uproar, thought it was a foal that had reared up at its owner, and bravely stood in the middle of the street, legs spread, with the determined intention of stop it and prevent further misfortunes from occurring. Pinocchio, when he saw the guard who was blocking the whole street from afar, he managed to slip between his legs by surprise, but failed in his attempt. The guard, without even moving, caught him neatly by the nose. It was a disproportionate big nose, which seemed made on purpose to be grabbed by the guards, and handed him over into Geppetto's own hands. This one, to correct him, wanted to give him a good slap on the wrist right away. But imagine how he stayed when he, looking for her ears, he couldn't find them. Do you know why? Because in his hurry, he had forgotten to ask them. So he grabbed him by the scruff of the scruff, and as he led him away, he said, shaking his head menacingly, "Let's go home. When we get there, you can be sure we'll settle accounts." Pinocchio, faced with such a prospect, threw himself to the ground and did not want to walk any further. Meanwhile, Curious and Idle began to stop around and form a tumult. One said one thing, other another. Poor doll. Some said, he's right not to want to go home. Who knows how that brute Geppetto is going to hit him? And others added maliciously, that Geppetto seems like a good person. But he is a real tyrant with children. If they leave that poor doll in his hands, he is very capable of tearing it to pieces. In short, they said and did so much that the guard released Pinocchio and took poor Geppetto to jail. This one, having no words to defend himself, wept like a calf and, on the way to jail, sobbed, "What a calamity of a son! And to think that I have suffered so much to make a puppet of good out of him. But I deserve it. I should have thought of that before." What happened next is an incredible story, and I'll tell you about it in the next few chapters. IV The story of Pinocchio with the talking cricket, where it is seen that many children get angry when corrected by someone who knows more than they do. Boys, I'll tell you that while poor Geppetto was being taken to jail, through no fault of his own, the rascal Pinocchio had escaped the clutches of the guard and was running across the fields to get home soon. In his furious run he bounded over cliffs, bramble hedges, and water-filled ditches, just as a deer or a rabbit might have done when hunted by hunters. When he got to the house, he found the front door ajar. He pushed her inside, and as soon as the bolt was closed, he sat down on the floor, heaving a great sigh of contentment. But his happiness did not last long, for he heard a noise in the room, "Cree, cree, cree." "Who calls me?" said Pinocchio, very frightened. "It's me." Pinocchio turned and saw a huge cricket slowly climbing up the wall. "Tell me, Grillo, and you, who are you?" "I am the talking cricket and I have lived in this room for over 100 years. "Well, today this room is mine," said the doll, "and if you want to do me a favor, leave immediately, and quickly." "I won't leave here," replied the cricket, "without first telling you a great truth." "Tell me and soon." "Woe to the children who rebel against their parents and capriciously leave the parental home. They will not achieve anything good in this world, and sooner or later they will have to repent bitterly. Sing, Grillo, sing what you want." "I know that tomorrow, at dawn, I plan to leave here, because if I stay, what happens to all other children will happen to me. They will send me to school and, by choice or by force, I will have to study. And, in confidence, I tell you that I am not interested in studying and that I have more fun running after butterflies and climbing trees to dig out bird nests." Poor fool. Don't you know that, behaving like this. When you grow up you will be a huge donkey and everyone will laugh at you." "Shut up, ominous cricket," cried Pinocchio. But the Grillo, who was patient and a philosopher, instead of taking this impertinence the wrong way, continued with the same tone of voice, "And if you don't like going to school, why don't you learn at least a trade with than honestly earning a piece of bread?" "Do you want me to tell you?" replied Pinocchio, who was beginning to lose patience. "Among all the trades in the world, there is only one that really pleases me." "And what job is it?" "To eat, drink, sleep, have fun, and lead, from morning to night, the life of a vagabond." "Well, I warn you," said the talking cricket, with his usual calm, "that everyone who has that job almost always ends up in the hospital or jail. Be careful, cricket of bad omen. If I get angry, woe to you." "Poor Pinocchio. I feel sorry for you." "Why do I feel sorry for you?" "Because you're a doll and, what's worse, you have a wooden head." Hearing these last words, Pinocchio got up angrily, grabbed a hammer from the bench and threw it at the talking cricket. Maybe he didn't think he was going to hit her, but, unfortunately, he hit him full on the head, to the point that poor cricket hardly had time to go cree cree cree, and then he stayed where he was, stiff and flattened against the wall. Pinocchio is hungry and looks for an egg to make an omelette, but it flies out the window. It was getting dark and Pinocchio, remembering that he had not eaten anything, felt a tickle in his stomach that was very similar to appetite. But the appetite, in boys, goes very quickly. In a few minutes the appetite turned into hunger, and the hunger, in the twinkling of an eye, became the hunger of a wolf. Poor Pinocchio ran to the fire, where there was a boiling pot, and tried to open it to see what was inside, but the pot was painted on the wall. Imagine how he stayed with him. His nose, already long, lengthened by at least 4 fingers. So he set about going around the room and rummaging through all the drawers and hiding places, looking for a little bread, even if it was a little dry bread, a little crust, an old bone forgotten by the dog, a little polenta, moldy, from a piece of fish, from a cherry stone, finally, something to chew on. But he found nothing, absolutely nothing. Meanwhile, the hunger increased more and more. Poor Pinocchio found no other relief than to yawn. He yawned so big that sometimes his mouth reached his ears. When he finished yawning, he would spit up, and he felt like his stomach was dropping. Then, crying and despairing, he would say, "The talking cricket was right. I have done very wrong in rebelling against my dad and running away from home. If my dad were here now he wouldn't yawn at me. Oh, what a bad disease is hunger." And suddenly he thought he saw something round and white on the rubbish heap that looked like a chicken egg. Leaping up and on top of him was a matter of a moment. It was a real egg. It is impossible to describe the joy of the doll. You have to imagine it. He believed that he was dreaming. He turned the egg over in his hands, touched it and kissed it, saying, "How shall I prepare it now? Shall I make an omelette? No. It would be better to do it by the glass. Wouldn't it be tastier if I fry it in the pan? And if I put it through water? No. The quickest thing will be to fry it. I really want to eat it." No sooner said than done. He put a pot on top of a brazier full of coals. In the pot, instead of oil or butter, he put a little water. When the water began to smoke, Tack broke the shell of the egg and tried to put it inside. But, instead of the white and the yolk, a very happy and polite chick came out, which said, bowing, "Thank you very much, Mr. Pinocchio, for having me. Saved the work of breaking the shell. Goodbye. Have a good day. Greetings to the family." Saying this, he spread his wings and, crossing the window, which was open, he flew. Out of sight, the poor doll remained paralyzed, with its eyes fixed, its mouth open, and the eggshells still in its hand. When he recovered from his astonishment, he began to cry, scream, kick the ground, desperate, while he said, the talking cricket was right. If he hadn't run away from home, and if my dad was here, now he wouldn't starve me. Oh, what a bad disease is hunger. And as the body continued to protest more and more, and he did not know what to do to calm it down, he thought of leaving home and making a trip to the neighboring village, hoping to find some charitable soul who would give him a piece of bread as alms. Pinocchio falls asleep with his feet on the brazier and wakes up in the morning with them burned. That was a horrible winter night. It thundered very loudly, it flashed as if the sky were on fire, and a cold and annoying gale, which blew furiously and raised great clouds of dust, made all the trees of the countryside rustle and shake. Pinocchio was afraid of thunder and lightning, but hunger was stronger than fear. So he opened the door of the house and, running, he came in 100 hops to the town, with his tongue hanging out and his breath coming in gasps, like a hunting dog. He found everything dark and deserted. The shops were closed, the doors of the houses closed, the windows closed, and nobody was to be seen in the streets. It looked like a town of the dead. Then Pinocchio, seized with despair and hunger, clung to the bell of a house and began to ring it loudly, thinking to himself, someone will appear. Indeed, a little old man with a nightcap on his head appeared, who yelled angrily, "What do you want at this hour? Would you please give me some bread?" "Wait. I'll be back now," replied the old man, who thought that Pinocchio was one of those mischievous boys who amuse themselves at night by ringing the bells in the houses, to disturb honest people who are sleeping peacefully. Half a minute later the window opened again, and the voice of the old man called out to Pinocchio, "Get under and get your hat ready." Pinocchio, who did not have a hat, approached and felt an enormous basin of water fall on him, drenching him from head to foot, as if he were a vase of withered geraniums. He came home wet as a chick, exhausted from exhaustion and hunger. As he was too weak to stand, he sat down, resting his sodden and muddy feet on a brazier full of hot coals. There he fell asleep. While he slept, his feet, which were made of wood, caught fire and, little by little, they charred, turning into ashes. Pinocchio continued sleeping and snoring, as if his feet belonged to another. He finally woke up, at daylight, because someone had knocked on the door. "Who is it?" he asked, yawning and rubbing his eyes. "It's me," a voice answered. He recognized Geppetto's voice. Geppetto returns home and gives the doll the food that the poor man had brought for himself. Pinocchio, still with sleepy eyes, had not noticed that his feet were burned. So, as soon as he heard his father's voice, he jumped off the sidewalk to open the latch, but, after tumbling 2 or 3 times, he fell full length on the pavement. As he fell to the ground, he made the same noise as a pile of pans falling from a 5th story would have made. "Open me," Geppetto was shouting meanwhile, from the street. "I can't, Dad," the doll answered, crying and rolling on the ground. "Because you cannot? Because my feet have been eaten." Who ate them? The cat, said Pinocchio, seeing that the cat amused himself by making some shavings dance between his front paws. I tell you to open up, Geppetto repeated. If not, when I get home, I'll give you cats. I can't stand up, believe me. Oh, poor me, poor me. I will have to walk on my knees all my life. Geppetto, believing that all this whimpering was a new prank of the doll, decided to end it once and for all and climbed over the wall, to enter the house by window. At first he only thought of acting, but when he saw his Pinocchio stretched out on the ground and really without feet, he began to soften. He immediately took him in his arms and kissed him and caressed him 1,000 times. Big tears fell down his cheeks and he said, sobbing, "My little Pinocchio. How did you burn your feet?" "I don't know, Dad. But believe me, it's been a terrible night and one I won't forget as long as I live. It thundered, it flashed, and I was very hungry, and then the talking cricket said to me, 'It is very good for you. You've been bad and you deserve it,' and I told him, 'Careful, Cricket.' And he told me, 'You're a doll and you have a wooden head,' and I threw a hammer at him and he died, but it was his fault, because I didn't want to kill him. Then I put a pot on the brazier, but the chick escaped and said, goodbye and greetings to the family, and it was getting hungrier, and for that reason the little old man in the nightcap who leaned into the window told me, 'Get under and prepare your hat,' and I with that basin of water on my head, because asking for a little bread is not a shame, is it? And I immediately returned home and, as I continued with hungry, I put my feet on the brazier to dry myself, and you've come back, and I found them burned, and I'm still hungry but I no longer have feet. Oh, 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 oh." And poor Pinocchio began to cry so loudly that they could hear him for 5 kilometers around. Geppetto, who had understood only one thing from that tangled speech, that the doll was starving, he took 3 pears out of his pocket and passed them to her, saying, "These 3 pears were for my food, but I give them to you with pleasure. Eat them and use them. If you want me to eat them, do me the favor of peeling them." "Peel them?" Geppetto replied, amazed. "I would never have believed, my son, that you were so finicky and delicate of palate. Bad thing. In this world you have to get used to eating everything from a young age, because you never know what can happen. So many things happen." "Perhaps you are right," replied Pinocchio. "But I will never eat a fruit that is not peeled. I can't bear the peels." Good Geppetto took out a knife and, arming himself with holy patience, peeled the 3 pears and put all the peels on one corner of the table. When Pinocchio had eaten the first pear in 2 mouthfuls, he made as if to throw away the heart, but Geppetto held his arm, saying, "Don't throw it away. In this world, everything can serve." "The truth is that I never eat my heart," cried the doll, wriggling like a snake. "Who knows? So many things happen," Geppetto repeated, without heating up. So the hearts, instead of being thrown out of the window, were left on the corner of the table, in the company of the shells. When he had eaten, or rather devoured, the 3 pears, Pinocchio opened his mouth in a very long yawn and said, whimpering, "I'm hungrier. But I, my son, have nothing more to give you." "Nothing at all? Only these shells and these cores of the pears?" "Patience," said Pinocchio. "If there is nothing else, I will eat a shell." And he began to chew. At first he twisted his mouth a little, but then he swallowed the shells in a minute, one after the other. After the shells came the hearts, and when he had finished eating all of them, he smacked his body with his hands and said cheerfully, "Now I really like it." "You see," said Geppetto, "that I was right when I told you that you shouldn't be too scrupulous, nor too delicate of palate. My dear, you never know what can happen in this world. So many things happen. Geppetto makes Pinocchio's feet again and sells his coat to buy him a syllabary. The doll, as soon as its hunger passed, began to grumble and cry because it wanted a new pair of feet. But Geppetto, to punish him for the mischief done to him, let him weep and despair for half a day. Then he said to her, "Why should I have to do your feet again? Why are you running away from home again? I promise you," said the doll, sobbing, "that from now on I'll be good." "All children," replied Geppetto, "say the same thing when they want to get something. I promise that I will go to school, that I will study and that I will show off." All children, when they want to obtain something, repeat the same story. But I'm not like the other children. I am better than everyone and I always tell the truth. I promise you, Papa, that I will learn a trade and I will be the comfort and support of his old age." Geppetto, who, although he had put on the face of a tyrant, had his eyes full of tears and his heart swollen with sorrow at seeing his poor Pinocchio in that lamentable state, made no reply, but took the utensils of the trade and 2 pieces of wood in his hands, dry, and set to work with great zeal. In less than an hour he had finished the feet, 2 light, thin and nervous little feet, as if they had been modeled by a genius artist. Then Geppetto said to the doll, "Close your eyes and go to sleep." Pinocchio closed his eyes and pretended to sleep. While he was pretending to be asleep, Geppetto, with some glue dissolved in an eggshell, glued his feet to his place, and he glued them so well that you couldn't even see the mark. As soon as the doll noticed that he already had feet, he jumped from the table on which he was lying and began to tumble 1,000 capers, as if he had gone mad with happiness. To reward him for everything he has done for me, Pinocchio said to his father, "I want to go to school immediately." "Good guy. To go to school, I need some clothes." Geppetto, who was very poor and had no coin in his pocket, made him a little flowered paper suit, a pair of bark shoes, and a breadcrumb cap. Pinocchio immediately ran to look at himself in a basin full of water and was so pleased with himself that he said, strutting, "I look like a real gentleman." "Of course," replied Geppetto, "but don't forget, it's not the good suit that makes the master, but the clean suit. By the way," added the doll, "I'm still missing something to go to school. I'm missing the main thing." "What is it?" "I'm missing the syllabary." "You're right. But how to get it?" "It's very easy. You go to a bookstore and buy yourself." "And the money?" "I don't have it." "Well, bless me," added the good old man, saddened. And Pinocchio, although he was a very happy boy, also became sad, because misery, if it is true, is understood by everyone, even children. "Patience!" Geppetto yelled, jumping up. He put on his old fustian jacket, full of patches and pieces, and ran out of the house. He returned soon after, and when he returned he had in his hand the syllabary for the boy, but he came without a jacket. The poor man was in his shirt sleeves, and it was snowing on the street. "And the jacket, Papa?" "I've sold it." "Why did you sell it?" "Because it made me hot." Pinocchio understood the answer on the fly and, unable to stop the impetus of his good heart, he jumped into Geppetto's arms and began to kiss him all over his face. Pinocchio sells his syllabary to go see the puppet theater. As soon as it stopped snowing, Pinocchio, with the new syllabary under his arm, took the path that led to the school. While he walked, he was fantasizing in his brain about 1,000 reasons and 1,000 castles in the air, each one more beautiful. Discussing on his account, he said to himself, "Today at school I'm going to learn to read right away, tomorrow I'll learn to write, and the day after tomorrow I'll learn to do numbers. Later, with my skills I will earn a lot of coins, and with the first money I pocket I will buy my dad a nice cloth jacket. What do I say? Cloth? I'll order it for you in silver and gold, with diamond buttons. The poor thing really deserves it. To buy me the books and educate me, he has stayed in his shirt sleeves. In this cold, only parents are capable of certain sacrifices." While, very moved, he reasoned thus, he seemed to hear in the distance a music of fifes and bass drums, pi pi pi, pi pi pi. Zum, 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 zum. He stopped to listen. The sounds came from the end of a very long cross street that led to a small town located on the seashore. What will that music be? Too bad I have to go to school. If not. He just stood there, puzzled. Still, a resolution had to be made, or to school or to hear the fifes. Today I will go to hear the fifes and tomorrow to the school. There's always time to go to school, Pinocchio finally said, shrugging. No sooner said than done. He turned into the cross street and ran as long as his legs would carry him. The more he ran, the more clearly he heard the sound of fifes and bass drum beats. B, 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 thump, thump, zoom, zoom. And behold, he found himself in the center of a square full of people, who crowded around a large hut made of wood and cloth painted in 1,000 colors. "What is that barracks?" asked Pinocchio, turning to a boy who was from the village. "Read the inscription on that sign and you'll know." "I'd be happy to read it, but at the moment I can't read." "What a donkey. I'll read it to you." "You should know that on the sign it is written, in red letters like fire, Great Puppet Theater." "How long has the comedy started?" "Start now." "How much do you have to pay for the entrance?" 4 cents. Pinocchio, with the fever of curiosity, lost all restraint and said, without being ashamed, to the boy with whom he was speaking, "Would you lend me 4 cents until tomorrow? I would gladly give them to you," replied the other, mockingly, "but, for the moment, I can't give them to you." "I'll sell you my jacket for 4 cents, said the doll then. "What do you want me to do with a paper jacket? If it rains, there is no way to get rid of it." "Do you want to buy my shoes? They are only used to light the fire." "How much will you give me for the hat?" "Nice purchase. A breadcrumb hat." The only thing missing was that the mice came to eat it in my head. Pinocchio was on tenterhooks. About to make one last offer, he didn't dare. He wavered, suffered. At last he said, "Will you give me 4 cents for this new syllabary?" "I am a child and I don't buy anything from another child," answered his little interlocutor, who had more sense than him. "I'll give you 4 cents for the syllabary," yelled a used clothing reseller who was attending the conversation. The book was sold in a jiffy. And to think that poor Geppetto stayed at home, shivering with cold, in his shirt sleeves, to buy his son's syllabary. The puppets recognize his brother Pinocchio and give him a great welcome. But, at the height of the party, the puppeteer Comafuego comes out and Pinocchio is in danger of ending badly. When Pinocchio entered the puppet theater, something happened that almost caused a revolution. You have to know that the curtain was up and the comedy had already begun. On the stage you could see Harlequin and Polichinella, who were fighting among themselves and, as usual, threatening to slap and club each other at any moment. The audience, very attentive, died laughing when they heard the altercation between those two dolls, who gesticulated and insulted each other as if they were two rational animals, two people of this world. Harlequin suddenly stopped reciting and, turning to the audience, pointed with his hand to someone in the back of the stalls and began to shout, in a dramatic tone, "God of heaven! Am I dreaming or am I awake? That's Pinocchio over there. Of course it's Pinocchio," yelled Pulcinella. "Yes, it is him," yelled Mrs. Rosora, making a brief appearance at the back of the stage. "It's Pinocchio! It's Pinocchio!" all the dolls shouted in chorus, leaping from the wings. "It's Pinocchio! Our brother Pinocchio! Long live Pinocchio! Pinocchio, come with me!" Harlequin yelled. "Come throw yourself into the arms of your wooden brother." At this affectionate invitation, Pinocchio jumped up and, from the back of the audience, went to the first rows of seats. Then, taking another leap, he climbed onto the head of the conductor and from there climbed onto the stage. It is impossible to imagine the hugs, the squeezes, and the nods of true and sincere brotherhood that Pinocchio received, in the midst of that confusion, from the actors and actresses of the puppet company. The show was moving. But the audience in the theater, seeing that the comedy was not going on, grew impatient and began to shout, "We want comedy, we want comedy." It was a waste of breath, because the dolls, instead of continuing with the representation, redoubled the shouts and noise and, lifting Pinocchio on their shoulders, carried him in triumph before the lights of the footlights. Then the puppeteer appeared, a big ugly man who was scary just to look at. He had a beard as black as an inky blot, and so long that it reached from his chin to the ground. Suffice it to say that when he walked, he stepped on it. His mouth was wide as a furnace, his eyes were lanterns of red glass, with the light burning within him, and with his hands he snapped a thick riding crop, made of snakeskin and foxes' tails, intertwined. At the unexpected appearance of the puppeteer, everyone fell silent, no one gasped. You would have heard a fly fly. The poor dolls, men and women, trembled. "Why have you come to organize such a mess in my theater?" the puppeteer asked Pinocchio, in the booming voice of an ogre, as if he had a huge cold. "Believe me, illustrious sir, it's not my fault. Enough. Tonight we will settle accounts." And, indeed, when the performance of the comedy ended, the puppeteer went to the kitchen, where they had prepared a good lamb for dinner, which turned slowly, skewered on the spit. Since there was a lack of firewood to finish roasting it, he called Harlequin and Polichinella and told them, "Bring me that doll you'll find hanging from a nail. It seems to me that it is a doll made of very dry wood, and I am sure that if I put it on the fire, it will give me a wonderful fire to roast." Harlequin and Polichinella hesitated at first, but, terrified by a glance from their master, they obeyed, and soon after returned to the kitchen with poor Pinocchio in their arms. This one, struggling like an eel out of water, screamed desperately, "Dad, save me. I don't want to die. I don't want to die." 11 Fire Eater sneezes and forgives Pinocchio, who then saves his friend Harlequin from death. The fire-eater puppeteer, this was his name, looked like a hideous man, especially with that black beard that covered his chest and legs like an apron. But, deep down, he was not a bad person. The proof is that when he saw in front of him that poor Pinocchio, struggling desperately, shouting, "I don't want to die, I don't want to die," he could more and let out a loud sneeze. At that sneeze, Harlequin, who until then had been as sorrowful as a weeping willow, brightened up his face and, leaning over Pinocchio, whispered to him softly, "Good news, brother. The puppeteer has sneezed, and that is a sign that he has had compassion on you. You are already safe." While all men, when they take pity on someone, cry or at least pretend to dry their eyes, Fire-eater, on the other hand, every time he was truly moved he started to sneeze. It was a way like any other to show the sensitivity of his heart. After he had sneezed, the puppeteer, acting bad-tempered, yelled at Pinocchio, "Stop crying. Your complaints have given me a tingle here, in my stomach. I feel an anguish that almost, Achis, achis," and he sneezed 2 more times. "Health," said Pinocchio. "Thank you. Are your father and mother alive?" asked Fire-eater. "My father? Yes. I have not met my mother. You must see how sorry your old father would be if I now had you thrown onto these burning coals. Poor old man, I pity him. Achis, achie, achie," and he sneezed 3 more times. "Health," said Pinocchio. "Thank you. You also have to pity me, because, as you can see, I don't have any wood left to finish roasting that lamb, and you, really, would have come in handy. But I've already taken pity on you. And you have to be patient. In your place, I will throw some of the dolls of my company into the fire." "Hey, gendarmes!" At this order, 2 wooden gendarmes appeared, very tall and very lean, with a tricorn hat on their heads and a drawn saber in their hands. The puppeteer told them hoarsely, "Stop that Harlequin, tie him up and throw him into the fire to burn. I want my lamb to be roasted to perfection." Imagine poor Harlequin. His fright was so great that his legs gave way and he fell to the ground on his face. Pinocchio, before that heartrending spectacle, threw himself at the feet of the puppeteer and, crying his eyes out and wetting all the hairs of his very long beard, began to say in a pleading voice, "Have mercy, Mr. Fire-eater. Here, there are no gentlemen." The puppeteer replied harshly, "Pity, gentlemen. There are no gentlemen here. Pity, commander. There are no commanders here. Pity, Excellency." Upon hearing himself called Excellency, the puppeteer's face lit up and, suddenly becoming a more humane and tractable being, he said to Pinocchio, "Well, what do you want from me? I beg you to forgive poor Harlequin. There is no forgiveness worth it. If I have forgiven you, I must throw him into the fire, because I want my lamb to be well roasted." "In that case," cried Pinocchio haughtily, getting up and throwing off his breadcrumb cap, "in that case, I know what my duty is. Forward, gentlemen gendarmes. Tie me up and throw me into the flames. No. It's not fair that poor Harlequin, my good friend, has to die for me." These words, pronounced with a sonorous voice and heroic accent, made all the dolls that witnessed the scene cry. The gendarmes themselves, even though they were made of wood, were crying like little lambs. Fire-eater at first stood as hard and motionless as a piece of ice, but little by little he, too, began to shake and sneeze. He sneezed 4 or 5 times, spread his arms affectionately and said to Pinocchio, "You're a good boy. Come here and give me a kiss." Pinocchio ran up to him and, climbing like a squirrel up the puppeteer's beard, gave him a magnificent kiss on the tip of his nose. "Then will you pardon me?" asked poor Harlequin, in a faint voice that was barely audible. "Granted," Fire Eater replied. Then he added, as he sighed and shook his head, "Patience. Tonight I will resign myself to eating the lamb half-cooked, but woe to the one whose turn it is next time." At the news of obtaining forgiveness, all the dolls ran to the stage and turned on the lights and spotlights as if for a gala function, and began to jump and dance. It was already early in the morning and they continued dancing. 12 The Fire Eater puppeteer gives Pinocchio 5 gold coins to take to Papa Geppetto. Pinocchio is fooled by the fox and the cat and goes with them. The next day, Fire Eater called Pinocchio aside and asked him, "What is your father's name?" "Geppetto." "What job does he have?" "The poor one. Win a lot, earn enough to never have a penny in your pocket." Imagine that. To buy me the school syllabus, he had to sell the only jacket he had, a jacket that, between pieces and patches, was a pity. Poor devil. I feel sorry. There you have 5 gold coins. Go run to take them and say hello for me. Pinocchio, it's easy to imagine, thanked the puppeteer 1,000 times. He hugged all the dolls of the company one by one, including the gendarmes, and set off to return to his house, overjoyed. But he had not yet gone half a kilometer when he met on the road a fox, lame on one foot, and a cat, blind in both eyes, who were going here and there, helping each other like 2 good companions in misfortune. The fox, who was lame, walked leaning on the cat, and the cat, who was blind, allowed himself to be guided by the fox. "Good morning, Pinocchio," said the fox, greeting him politely. "How do you know my name?" asked the doll. "I know your dad very well. Where have you seen him?" "I saw him yesterday, at the door of his house." "What was he doing?" "He was in his shirt sleeves and shivering with cold." "Poor dad. But, God willing, from now on he won't tremble anymore." "Why?" "Because I have become a great lord. A great gentleman you," said the fox, and began to laugh with a cheeky, mocking laugh, and the cat laughed too, but, in order not to let him see, he combed his whiskers with his front paws. "There's no reason to laugh," cried Pinocchio angrily. "I'm sorry that your mouths are watering, but these, just so you know, are 5 beautiful gold coins." And he took out the coins that Fire Eater had given him. At the nice sound of the coins, the fox, in an involuntary gesture, stretched out the paw that seemed shrunken, and the cat opened its eyes wide, like 2 green lanterns, but he immediately closed them and Pinocchio did not notice anything. "And now," asked the fox, "what are you going to do with those coins?" "First of all," replied the doll, "I'm going to buy my dad a nice new jacket, all gold and silver, with diamond buttons. And then I'll buy a syllabary for myself. For you, clear? I'm going to go to school and really study." "Look at me," said the fox, "because of the stupid habit of studying, I lost a leg." "Look at me," said the cat, "because of the foolish habit of studying, I lost sight of both eyes." At that moment, a white blackbird perched on the fence of the road began to sing and said, "Pinocchio, do not listen to the advice of bad companies. You will regret it if you do." "Poor blackbird. I would never have said it." The cat, giving a great leap, pounced on him and without even giving him time to say, "Ouch!" he ate it in one bite, feathers and all. As soon as he had eaten it, he wiped his mouth, closed his eyes again and continued to play blind, as before. "Poor blackbird," said Pinocchio to the cat. "Why did you treat him so bad?" "I did it to teach him a lesson. So he will learn not to poke his nose into other people's conversations." They had gone more than halfway when the fox, stopping suddenly, said to the doll, "Do you want to double your gold coins?" "That? Do you want to convert your 5 miserable coins into 100? 1,000, 2,000? Hopefully. How? The way is very easy. Instead of going home, you should come with us." "Where do you want to take me?" "To the country of the Badalarks." Pinocchio thought about it for a while, and then said resolutely, "No, I don't want to go. Now I am close to home and I want to get home, because my father is waiting for me." Poor old man, who knows how much he sighed yesterday when he saw that he didn't come back. Of course I've been a bad son, and the talking cricket was right when he said, "Naughty children will achieve no good in this world." I have experienced it at my expense, because many misfortunes have happened to me, and even last night, at Comafuego's house, I was in danger. Brr. Just thinking about it gives me goosebumps. "So," said the fox, "do you really want to go home?" "Go away, then, and worse for you." "Worse for you," repeated the cat. "Think about it, Pinocchio, because you are kicking fortune." "Good luck," repeated the cat. "Your 5 coins, from today to tomorrow, would have become 2,000. 2,000, repeated the cat. "But, how is it possible that they become so many?" asked Pinocchio, his mouth hanging open in astonishment. "Right now I'll explain it to you," said the fox. "You must know that, in the country of the Badalarks, there is a blessed field, called the Field of Miracles. You make a hole in that field and put inside, for example, a gold coin. You cover the hole with a little earth, water it with 2 buckets of water from the fountain, throw a handful of salt on top, and at night you go quietly to bed. Overnight the coin germinates and flourishes, and the next morning when you wake up you go back to the field, and what do you find? You find a tree loaded with gold coins, as many as grains and ear can have in the month of January." "So," said Pinocchio, more and more stunned, "if I buried my 5 coins in that field, how many would I find the next morning?" "It's a very easy account," replied the fox, "an account that can be done with the fingers of the hand. Calculate that each coin gives you a cluster of 500 coins, multiply 500 by 5, and the next morning you pocket 2,500 cold hard coins." "Oh, that's great!" cried Pinocchio, dancing with joy. "As soon as I collect those coins, I'll keep 2,000 for myself and give you 500 as a gift." "A present for us?" cried the fox, very disdainful, pretending to be offended. "God save you! God save you!" repeated the cat. "We," continued the fox, "do not work for base interest, we work solely to enrich others." "To the others," repeated the cat. "What good people," thought Pinocchio to himself. In the act he forgot about his father, the new jacket, the syllabary, and all the good intentions he had made, and he said to the fox and the cat, "Let's go. I'm going with you. The Red Shrimp Inn." After a long walk they finally arrived, at nightfall, dead tired, at the Cameron Rojo Inn. "Let's stop here," said the fox, to eat a bite and rest for a few hours. We will leave at midnight to be tomorrow, at dawn, in the field of miracles. They entered the inn and sat down at a table, but none of the three had an appetite. Poor Gato, who felt seriously sick to his stomach, could only eat 35 red mullets with tomato sauce and 4 portions of Parmigiana tripe. And since the tripe didn't seem seasoned enough, he asked 3 times for butter and grated cheese. The fox would have been happy to have a bite, but the doctor had prescribed a very large diet and he had to content himself with a simple hare and a very light stew of fattened chickens. After the hare, he had himself served, as an appetizer, a stew of partridges, rabbits, and frogs, and he didn't want any more. Her food made her so nauseated, according to her, that she couldn't put anything in her mouth. The one who ate the least of all was Pinocchio. She asked for a walnut and a little piece of bread and left them on the plate. The poor child, with his thoughts fixed on the field of miracles, had suffered an anticipated indigestion of gold coins. When they had finished eating, the fox said to the innkeeper, "Give us 2 good rooms, one for Mr. Pinocchio and the other for me and my companion. Before leaving, we will sleep for a short time. But do not forget that at midnight they must wake us up to continue our journey." "Yes, gentlemen," replied the innkeeper, and winked at the fox and the cat, as if to say, "I caught it right away." Understood. As soon as Pinocchio got into bed, he fell asleep suddenly and began to dream. In his dream, it seemed to him that he was in the middle of a field, and this field was full of little trees loaded with bunches, and these bunches were loaded with gold coins, swaying in the wind. They went zin, 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 as if to say, "Whoever loves us, come and get us out." But when Pinocchio was at his best, that is, when he reached out his hand to grab all those coins by handfuls and put them in his pocket, he was suddenly awakened by 3 very violent knocks on the door of the room. It was the innkeeper, who had come to tell him that 12 o'clock had already struck. "My companions are ready?" asked the doll. "More than ready. They left 2 hours ago." "Why so fast?" "Because the cat has received the message that the life of his eldest kitten, sick with chilblains on her feet, was in danger." "And have they paid for dinner?" "What do you think? They are far too polite a people to do such an affront to your lordship." "Pity. I would have liked that insult so much," said Pinocchio, scratching his head. Then he asked, "And where did they say that those good friends are waiting for me?" "In the field of miracles, tomorrow, at daybreak." Pinocchio paid a coin for his dinner and that of his companions, and departed. It can be said that he left blindly, because outside the inn there was such great darkness that nothing could be seen. In the field, not a leaf could be heard moving. Only a few nocturnal birds crossed the road, from one fence to another, and came to beat Pinocchio's nose with their wings, who, jumping back in fear, shouted, "Who's going?" And the echo of the hills surrounding people repeated, in the distance, "Who's going? Who's going? Who's going?" Then, as he walked, he saw on the trunk of a tree a little animal that shone with a pale light and opaque, like a butterfly inside a lamp. "Who are you?" asked Pinocchio. "I am the shadow of the talking cricket," answered the little animal with a very weak voice, which seemed to come from beyond. "What do you want of me?" said the doll. "I want to give you some advice." He goes back and takes the 4 coins you have left to your father, who cries and despairs because he hasn't seen you again. "Tomorrow my father will be a great lord, because these 4 coins will become 2,000. Don't trust, boy, those who promise to make you rich overnight. Normally, they are either crazy or liars. Trust me. Back off. I, however, want to continue. It's too late. I want to continue. The night is dark. I want to continue. The road is dangerous. I want to continue. Remember that children who pretend to act at their whim and in their own way sooner or later regret it. The usual stories. Good night, cricket. Good night, Pinocchio, and heaven save you from the Jew and the murderers. With these last words said, the talking cricket went out suddenly, as a blown candle goes out, and the road was darker than before. 14 Pinocchio, for not having believed the good advice of the talking cricket, stumbles upon the murderers. Of course, the doll said to itself, continuing its journey, we children are very unhappy. They all yell at us, they all scold us, they all give us advice. If we let them, they would all take it into their heads to become our parents and teachers, everyone, even the talking crickets. I'm already seeing it. How I didn't want to pay attention to that annoying Grillo, who knows how many misfortunes are going to happen to me, according to him. I'm even going to meet the assassins. Luckily I don't believe in murderers, nor have I ever believed. In my opinion, murderers have been invented on purpose by parents, to scare children who want to go out at night. And besides, even if I found them here, on the road, would they scare me? Not even dreaming of it. I would face them, shouting, "Gentlemen assassins, what do you want from me? Don't forget that you don't play with me. So get on with your business and shut up." At these words, spoken seriously, I seem to see those poor murderers escaping, fast as the wind. And in the event that they were so rude as not to escape, I would escape, and that would be the end. But Pinocchio could not finish his reasoning, because at that moment he thought he heard behind him a very slight rustle of leaves. He turned to look and saw in the darkness 2 black figures, fully hooded in 2 sacks of coal, running after him, hopping and tiptoeing, as if they were 2 ghosts. Here we have it, he said to himself, and, not knowing where to hide the 4 coins, he hid them in her mouth, just under his tongue. Then he tried to escape. But he had not yet taken the first step when he felt someone grab him by the arms and heard 2 horrible, cavernous voices, which told him, "My money or my life." Pinocchio, unable to answer because of the coins in his mouth, made 1,000 gestures and pantomime to make the 2 hooded men understand, of whom only their eyes could be seen through the holes in the sack, that he was a poor doll. And he did not have even a false penny in his pocket. "Go, go, less chatter and get the money," the 2 bandits shouted menacingly. The doll made a gesture with its head and hands as if to say, "I don't have any." "Get the money out or be killed," the other repeated. "And after killing you, we'll kill your father too." "Your father too? No, 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 not my poor father," cried Pinocchio, with a desperate accent, but as he cried thus, the coins rang in his mouth. "Ah, rascal. So you have hidden the money under your tongue. Spit it out right now." And Pinocchio, as if he did not hear. "Oh, do you play deaf? Wait a bit. We'll make you spit it out." Indeed, one of them grabbed the doll by the tip of its nose and the other grabbed it by its chin. They began to pull wildly, to one side and the other, to force it to open its mouth, but there was no case. The doll's mouth seemed nailed and riveted. Then the shorter assassin took out a large knife and tried to plunge it like a lever and a chisel between the lips, but Pinocchio, quick as lightning, caught his hand between his teeth and, having bitten it off, spat it out. Imagine his astonishment when he realized that, instead of a hand, he had spat a cat's paw on the ground. Encouraged by this first victory, he forcibly freed himself from the assassin's claws and, leaping over the fence in the road, began to flee across the fields. The assassins ran after him like two dogs after a hare, and he who had lost a leg ran on one leg, and how he managed was never known. After a 15-kilometer race, Pinocchio couldn't take it anymore. Then, looking lost, he climbed up the trunk of a towering pine tree and sat high in the branches. The assassins tried to climb up too, but slipped halfway up the trunk and fell to the ground, skinning their hands and feet. They did not give up for that. Furthermore, they collected a bundle of dry wood at the foot of the pine tree and set it on fire. In less time than it takes to say it, the pine tree was on fire and burning like a wind-blown candle. Pinocchio, seeing that the flames were rising higher and higher, and not wanting to end up like a roast pigeon, took a high leap from the top of the tree and ran across the fields and vineyards. And the murderers behind, always behind, never getting tired. Meanwhile, it was beginning to dawn and they continued to pursue him. Suddenly, Pinocchio found himself with a wide and deep ditch, full of dirty water, the color of coffee with milk, which prevented him from passing. To do 1, 2, 3, the doll shouted and, taking a run, jumped to the other side. And the murderers jumped too, but they didn't calculate the distance well and, cataplum, they fell right in the middle of the pit. Pinocchio, who heard the splashing and splashing of the water, shouted while he laughed and ran safely, "A good bath, gentlemen murderers." And he already figured they had drowned when, turning to look, he noticed that they were both running after him, always hooded with their sacks and spilling water like two baskets with their bottoms out. 15 The murderers pursue Pinocchio and when they catch up they hang him from a branch of the great oak. Pinocchio, already without spirit, was about to throw himself to the ground and give up, when he, turning his eyes around him, saw whitening in the distance, among the dark green of the trees, a little house white as snow. If I had enough breath to get to the house, maybe I'd be safe, he told himself. And, no doubt for a minute, he continued to run through the woods with renewed strength. And the murderers, always behind. After a desperate run of almost 2 hours, he reached the door of the cottage panting and knocked. No one answered. He called violently again, as he heard the sound of footsteps approaching and the labored breathing of his pursuers. The same silence. Realizing that knocking was of no use, he began, in his desperation, kicking and headbutting at the door. Then a beautiful young woman with blue hair and a white face like a wax figure appeared at the window, with her eyes closed and her hands crossed on her chest, who, without moving her lips, said, with a small voice that seemed to come from the other world, "There is no one in this house. They are all dead. Open for me, at least," cried Pinocchio, crying and pleading. "I'm dead too." "Dead? And then what are you doing at the window?" "I wait for the coffin that will come to take me." As soon as he said this, the girl disappeared and the window closed without making a sound. "Oh, beautiful blue-haired girl," cried Pinocchio, "open up, for charity. Have pity on a poor boy chased by the aces." But he couldn't finish the word, because he felt that they seized him by the neck and he heard the well-known loud voices, which growled menacingly, "Now you won't escape." The doll, seeing death flash before his eyes, was seized by a tremor so strong that, as it trembled, the joints of its wooden legs and the 4 coins that he had hidden under his tongue rattled. So, the murderers asked him, "Do you want to open your mouth? Yes or no?" "Oh. You don't answer? Stop. Stop. This time we'll make you open it." And pulling out 2 very long knives, sharp as razors, wham! They stabbed him between the kidneys. Luckily the doll was made of extremely hard wood, and for this reason, the 2 blades, breaking, broke into 1,000 pieces, and the murderers stood looking at each other's faces, with the handles of their knives in their hands. "I know," said one of them then, "it is necessary to hang him." "Let's hang him. Let's hang him," the other repeated. No sooner said than done. They tied its hands behind its back, put a noose around its neck, and hung it from the branch of a large tree, called the great oak. Then they sat there, sitting on the grass, waiting for the doll to die. But, 3 hours later, he was still wide-eyed, his mouth tight shut, and he was kicking more than ever. Bored at last with waiting, they turned to Pinocchio and said, laughing mockingly, "Goodbye, see you tomorrow. We hope that when we return here tomorrow you will be kind enough to be dead and your mouth wide open." And they left. Meanwhile a mighty wind had sprung up, blowing and roaring furiously, whipping the poor hanged man to and fro, making him sway as violently as the clapper of a bell calling to a feast. This wobbling caused excruciating contractions, and the slipknot, tightening more and more to his throat, cut off his breath. Little by little his eyes were dimming, and although he felt death approaching, he kept hoping that at any moment a charitable soul would come by and help him. But when, wait, he saw that no one appeared, his poor father came to mind, and he stammered, almost dying, "Oh, Papa. If you were here." He didn't have the breath to say more. He closed his eyes, opened his mouth, stretched out his legs, and with a great jerk, stood still. 16 The beautiful young woman with blue hair has the doll picked up. She puts it on the bed and calls 3 doctors to find out if he is alive or dead. While poor Pinocchio, hanged by the murderers from a branch of the great oak, seemed already more dead than alive, the beautiful young woman with blue hair leaned out of the window and, pitying at the sight of that unfortunate man who, suspended by the neck, danced with the gusts of the wind, clasped his hands 3 times and clapped 3 times. At this signal there was heard a great noise of wings, beating hastily, and a huge falcon came to alight on the windowsill. "What do you order, my gracious fairy?" asked the falcon, lowering his beak as a sign of reverence, because you have to know that the blue-haired girl was a kind fairy who had lived for more than 1,000 years in the vicinity of that forest. "Do you see that doll that hangs from a branch of the great oak?" "I see. He flies there immediately, breaks with your beak the knot that has him suspended in the air, and delicately places him on the grass, at the foot of the home oak." The falcon flew off and returned 2 minutes later, saying, "What you have ordered has been done. How did you find it? Alive or dead?" At first glance he seemed dead, but he must not be dead yet. Because as soon as I untied the noose around his neck, he let out a sigh. Then the fairy clapped her hands twice, and a magnificent spaniel appeared, walking upright on its hind legs, as if it were a man. The spaniel was dressed as a coachman, in full regalia. He had on his head a 3-cornered hat, trimmed with gold, and a white wig with curls down his neck. He was dressed in a chocolate-colored frock coat, with diamond buttons and 2 large pockets to store the bones with which his mistress gave him, a pair of crimson velvet shorts, silk stockings, and low-cut shoes, and he wore behind some sort of leather sheath. Umbrella, all blue satin, to put the tail in when it started to rain. "Hurry up, Mador," ordered the fairy to the dog. "Immediately have the most beautiful carriage on my block harnessed and take the path through the woods. When you get to the great oak you will find, lying on the grass, a poor doll, half dead. Pick it up carefully, place it delicately on the cushions of the carriage and bring it to me here." "Understood." The dog, to show that he had understood, shook the blue satin sheath behind him 3 or 4 times and was off like lightning. Shortly after, a beautiful carriage the color of air, padded with canary feathers, and lined inside with cream, and cakes, was seen leaving the stable. 100 pairs of white mice pulled the carriage, and the dog, sitting on the box, cracked his whip to the right and left, like a coachman who fears he will be late. Not yet a quarter of an hour had passed and the carriage was already back. The fairy, who was waiting at the door of the house, took the poor doll in her arms and, taking it to the room with mother-of-pearl walls, immediately sent for the most famous doctors in the neighborhood. The doctors arrived at once, one after the other. They were a raven, an owl and a talking cricket. "Gentlemen, I would like to know for you," said the fairy, addressing the 3 doctors gathered around Pinocchio's bed, "I would like to know for you if this unfortunate doll is alive or dead." At this invitation, the raven, coming forward first, he felt Pinocchio's pulse, then he touched her nose and little toes. When he had felt everything right, he solemnly pronounced these words, "In my opinion, the doll is quite dead, but, unfortunately, if he were not dead, then it would be a sure indication that he is alive." "I'm sorry," said the owl, "but I have to contradict the raven, my illustrious friend and colleague. For me, the doll is alive, but, if unfortunately he were not alive, then it would be a sign that he is truly dead." "And you, don't you say anything?" asked the fairy to the talking cricket. "I say that the prudent doctor, when he doesn't know what he says, the best thing he can do is keep quiet. Besides, this doll is not a new face for me. I've known him for a long time." Pinocchio, who until then had been immobile like a real piece of wood, had a kind of convulsive tremor that made the whole bed vibrate. "This puppet," the cricket continued, "is an absolute rogue." Pinocchio opened his eyes and immediately closed them. "He's a urchin, a lazy, a vagabond." Pinocchio hid his face under the sheets. "This doll is a disobedient son, who will make his poor father die of grief." At this moment there was a muffled sound of weeping and sobbing in the room. Imagine how everyone was left when, lifting the sheets a little, they noticed that it was Pinocchio who was crying and sobbing. When the dead man cries, it is a sign that he is on the way to healing, said the raven solemnly. "I'm sorry to contradict my illustrious friend and colleague," the owl intervened. "For me, if the dead man cries, it is a sign that he does not like to die." 17 Pinocchio eats the sugar but he does not want to take the purgative. But when he sees the gravediggers coming to take him away, he purges himself. Then he tells a lie and in punishment grows his nose. As soon as the 3 doctors had left the room, the fairy approached Pinocchio and, after having touched his forehead, realized that he had a very high fever. Then he dissolved some white powder in half a glass of water and, handing it to the doll, he affectionately said, "Drink it and you'll be cured in a few days." Pinocchio looked at the glass, grimaced a bit, and then asked, in a whiny voice, "Is it sweet or bitter?" "It is bitter, but he will do you good." "If it's bitter, I don't want it." "Believe me. Drink it." "I don't like bitterness." "Drink it. When you've drunk it, I'll give you a lump of sugar to take away the bad taste." "Where is the sugar cube?" "Here," said the fairy, taking it out of a gold sugar bowl. "First I want the sugar cube and then I'll drink that bitter water. You promise me?" "Yes." The fairy gave him the lump, and Pinocchio, after sucking it and swallowing it in an instant, exclaimed, smacking his lips, "How good if sugar were medicine! I would purge myself every day. Now keep your promise and drink these little drops of water that will restore your health." Pinocchio reluctantly took the glass and put the tip of his nose into it, then brought it closer to his mouth, then put the tip of his nose back in, and finally said, "It's too bitter. Too bitter. I can't drink it." "How do you say that if you haven't even tried it?" "I figure so. I have noticed it by the smell. First I want another cube of sugar. And then I'll drink it." Then the fairy, with all the patience of a good mother, put another bit of sugar into her mouth and then presented her with the glass. "I can't drink it like this," exclaimed the doll, making 1,000 faces. Because that cushion I have there, at my feet, bothers me." The fairy took the cushion from him. "It's useless. Even so I can't drink it. What else bothers you?" "I'm bothered by the door of the room, which is open." The fairy went and closed the door of the room. "No!" cried Pinocchio, bursting into tears. "I don't want to drink this bitter water. I don't want to drink it. No, no and no. My son, you will regret it. I don't care. Your illness is serious. I don't care. The fever will take you to the another world. I don't care. Aren't you afraid of death?" "I'm not afraid. It is better to die than to take that bad medicine." At that moment the door of the room was thrown open and 4 rabbits, black as ink, came in, carrying a small coffin on their shoulders. "What do you want from me?" cried Pinocchio, sitting up in bed very scared. "We have come to look for you," answered the biggest rabbit. "To look for me? But I'm not dead yet." "Not yet. But you only have a few minutes to live, because you have refused to drink the medicine that would have stopped your fever." "Oh, fairy. Oh, fairy. ... Then the doll began to scream. "Give me that glass right away. Hurry up, for charity, because I don't want to die. No. I don't want to die." He took the glass with both hands and he drank it down. "Patience," said the rabbits. "This time we have made the trip in vain." And, shouldering the coffin again, they left the room, muttering and grumbling under their breath. After a few minutes, Pinocchio jumped out of bed completely healed. "Well, you have to know that wooden dolls have the privilege of rarely getting sick and recovering quickly." The fairy, seeing him run and frolic around the room, agile and happy as a young rooster, said to him, "So my medicine has done you good?" "Much more than good. It has returned me to the world." "Then why did you make yourself beg so much to drink it?" "We children are like that. We are more afraid of the remedies than of the disease." "What a shame. Children should know that a good medicine, taken on time, can save them from serious illness and even death." "Oh, again I won't make myself beg so much. I will remember those black rabbits with the coffin on their shoulders. I will take the glass immediately and..." Inside, Come now with me and tell me how you came to fall into the hands of the murderers. It happened that the puppeteer Comafuego gave me some gold coins and said, "Here, take them to your father." And instead, along the way, I met a fox and a cat, two beautiful people, who told me, "Do you want those coins to become 1,000 and 2,000? Come with us and we will take you to the field of miracles." And I said, "Let's go." And they said, "Let's stop here, at the Red Shrimp Inn, and we'll leave after midnight." When I woke up, they were gone. So I started walking. It was very dark and I found two murderers on the road inside 2 sacks of coal who told me, "Take out the money," and I said, "I don't have it," because I had hidden the 4 gold coins in my mouth. And one of the murderers tried to put his hand in my mouth, and with one bite I cut off his hand and then spit it out, but instead of a hand I spat out a cat's paw. And the murderers ran after me, and I ran and ran, until they caught up with me and tied me by the neck to a tree in this forest, saying, "Tomorrow we will come back here and then you will be dead. And with your mouth open, and that's how we will remove the gold coins that you have hidden under your tongue." "And where have you put the 4 coins now?" asked the fairy. "I have lost them," answered Pinocchio, but he told a lie, because he had them in his pocket. As soon as he told the lie, his nose, which was already long, suddenly grew 2 more fingers. "Where have you lost them?" "In the neighboring forest." At this second lie, his nose continued to grow. "If you have lost them in the neighboring forest, we will look for them and we will find them," said the fairy, "because everything that is lost in the neighboring forest is always found." "Oh, now that I remember," replied the doll, making a mess, "I haven't lost the 4 coins. I inadvertently swallowed them while drinking his medicine." At this third lie, his nose elongated so extraordinarily that poor Pinocchio could not turn in any direction. If he turned to a party, he bumped his nose into bed or window panes. If he turned towards the other, he collided with the walls or with the door of the room. If he raised his head a little, he risked sticking it in the fairy's eye. The fairy looked at him and laughed. "Why are you laughing?" asked the doll, very confused and worried about that nose that grew by seeing. "I laugh at the lies you've told." "How do you know that I have told lies?" "Lies, my child, are recognized immediately, because there are 2 kinds, lies that have short legs and lies that have long noses. Yours, apparently, are the kind with the long nose." Pinocchio, embarrassed, did not know where to hide and tried to escape from the room, but he didn't make it. His nose had grown so long that he wouldn't fit through the door. 18 Pinocchio meets the fox and the cat again and goes with them to sow the 4 coins in the field of miracles. As you can imagine, the fairy let the doll cry and squeal for a good half hour, because of that nose that did not go through the door of the room. So he gave him a severe lesson to correct the ugly vice of telling lies, the ugliest vice a child can have. But when she saw him transfigured and his eyes bulging with despair, then, moved with pity, she clapped her hands and, at that signal, 1,000 large birds called woodpeckers entered the room. Through the window, they landed on Pinocchio's nose and began to peck at it so much and so well that in a few minutes that enormous and crazy nose was found reduced to its natural size. "How good you are, fairy!" exclaimed the doll, wiping its eyes. "And how much I love you." "I love you too," assured the fairy, "and if you want to stay with me, you will be my little brother and I your good little sister." "I would be delighted. But what about my poor father?" "I've thought of everything," Your father is already warned, and before night he will arrive here." "Really?" cried Pinocchio, jumping for joy. "So, Hadita, if she seems to you, she would want to go meet her. I can't wait to kiss that poor old man, who has suffered so much for me. Go. But be careful not to lose yourself. Follow the forest path and I'm pretty sure you'll find it." Pinocchio left. As soon as he entered the forest, he began to run like a roe deer. When he had reached a certain place, almost in front of the great oak, he stopped, because he thought he heard people in the middle of the foliage. Guess who he saw appear on the road? To the fox and the cat, his traveling companions, with whom he had dined at the Red Shrimp Inn. "Look, our dear Pinocchio!" cried the fox, hugging and kissing him. "How are you here? How are you here?" repeated the cat. "It's a long story," said the doll. "I'll tell it slowly. They must know that the other night, when they left me alone in the inn, I found the assassins on the road." "The assassins? Oh, my poor friend. And what did they want?" "They wanted to steal my gold coins." "Infamous," said the fox. "Infamous," repeated the cat. "But I began to escape," continued the puppet, "and they always followed me, until they caught up with me and hung me from a branch of that home oak." And Pinocchio pointed to the great home oak, which was 2 steps away. "Can you hear anything worse?" said the fox. "What a world we are condemned to live in! Where will we decent people find a safe haven?" While they were thus talking, Pinocchio noticed that the cat limped on his right front paw, because the whole paw was missing, even with the nails. So he asked her, "What have you done with your paw?" The cat wanted to answer something, but he got confused. Then the fox said immediately, "My friend is too modest and that's why he doesn't answer. I will answer for him. You must know that an hour ago we met an old wolf on the road, almost dying of hunger, who asked us for alms. And since we had nothing to give him, what did my friend, who has a heart of gold, do? He bit off a paw from its front legs and fed it to the poor animal, so that he could get rid of his hunger." And the fox, saying this, wiped away a tear. Pinocchio, also moved, approached the cat, whispering in his ear, "If all cats were like you, happy mice. What do you do around these places?" The fox asked the doll. "I'm waiting for my father. He should be here any minute." "And your gold coins?" "I have them in my pocket, except for one that I spent at the inn." And to think that, instead of 4 coins, they could become 1,000 or 2,000. Why don't you take my advice? Why don't you go sow them in the field of miracles? Today it's impossible. I will go another day. Another day will be late. Because the field has been bought by a great lord and from tomorrow he will no longer give permission to anyone to sow money there. How far is the field of miracles from here? Just 2 kilometers. Do you want to come with us? In half an hour you will be there. You immediately sow the 4 coins. In a few minutes you pick up 2,000 and come back here tonight with pockets full. Do you want to come with us? Pinocchio hesitated a little, remembering the good fairy, old Geppetto, and the talking cricket's warnings, but he ended up doing what all children who don't have a shred of sense do. That is to say, he ended up shaking his head and saying to the fox and the cat, "Come on. I'm going with you." And they left. After walking for half a day, they came to a city called Atrapa Bobos. As soon as he entered the city, Pinocchio saw the streets lined with bald dogs yawning with hunger, shorn sheep shivering with cold, hens without crests and beards begging for a grain of corn, large butterflies that they could fly because they had sold their beautiful colored wings, of tailless peacocks that were ashamed to be seen, of pheasants that walked with small steps, missing their brilliant gold and silver feathers, lost forever. In the midst of this crowd of beggars and the poor, a stately carriage passed by from time to time, carrying inside it a fox, a magpie or some bird of prey. "Where is the field of miracles?" asked Pinocchio. "It's there, 2 steps away." They crossed the city and left the walls to stop in a lonely field, which, at first glance, was like all the other fields. "We have arrived," said the fox to the doll. "Now lean to the ground, dig a small hole with your hands and put the gold coins inside." Pinocchio obeyed. He dug the hole and put in the 4 gold coins that he had left. Then he covered the hole with a little earth. "Now," said the fox, "go to the nearby ditch, get a bucket of water and water the land where you have planted." Pinocchio went to the ditch and, since he did not have a bucket, he removed a shoe from his foot, filled it with water and watered the earth that covered the hole. Then he asked, "What else should I do?" "Nothing else," replied the fox. "We can go now. You come back in 20 minutes, and you will find the tree already grown and with the branches loaded with coins." The poor doll, beside itself with joy, thanked the fox and the cat 1,000 times, and promised him a good gift. "We don't want gifts," answered those 2 thugs. "It is enough for us to have taught you how to enrich yourself without effort, and we are happier than Easter." Saying this, they said goodbye to Pinocchio and, wishing him a good harvest, they went to his business. 19 Pinocchio is robbed of his gold coins and as punishment he suffers 4 months in prison. The doll returned to the city and began to count the minutes, one by one. When it seemed to him that it was time, he set out on the road to the field of miracles. As he hurried along, his heart was beating very fast, ticking, 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 like a ticking clock on the wall. He was thinking to himself. As he walked briskly, his heart was beating very fast and ticking, 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 like a ticking wall clock. He was thinking to himself, what if instead of 1,000 coins he found 2,000 in the branches of the tree? What if instead of 2,000 he found 5,000? What if instead of 5,000 if I found 100,000? Oh, I would become a great gentleman. I would have a beautiful palace, 1,000 wooden horses and 1,000 stables, in which to play, a cellar of fine liquors and a shelf full of jams, cakes, sweetbread, almonds and wafers with cream. Fantasizing like this, he got close to the field and stopped to see if he could make out any tree with branches laden with coins, but he saw nothing. He took another 100 steps, and nothing. He entered the field. He went right to the spot of the hole where he had buried his coins, and nothing. Then he was thoughtful and, forgetting the rules of education and good upbringing, he took a hand out of his pocket and began to scratch his head. At that moment a great laugh reached his ears. Turning around, he saw a large parrot on a tree, which was delousing the few feathers it had on it. "Why are you laughing?" asked Pinocchio in an angry voice. "I'm laughing because, delousing my feathers, I have tickled myself under the wings." The doll did not answer. He went to the ditch, filled his shoe with water and began to water the earth that covered the gold coins again. Another laugh, even more impertinent than the first, was heard in the silent solitude of the field. "We'll see," exclaimed Pinocchio, enraged. Is it possible to know? Badly educated papagayo, what are you laughing at? I laugh at the fools who believe all the nonsense and allow themselves to be scammed by those who are smarter than them. Are you talking about me? Of course I mean you, poor Pinocchio, you, who are so naive that you think that money can be sown and collected in the field, as beans and squash are sown. I also believed it in times and now I pay my faults. Today, too late, I have convinced myself that, in order to honestly collect some money, one must know how to earn it with the work of one's hands and with the ingenuity of the head. I don't understand you, said the doll, which was already beginning to tremble with fear. Patience. I'll explain better, added the parrot. You must know that while you were in the city, the fox and the cat have returned to this field, they have removed the buried gold coins and then they have fled like the wind. Ready will be the one who reaches them. Pinocchio was left with his mouth open and, not being able to believe the words of the papagayo, he began to dig with his hands and nails the ground that he had irrigated. And, he digs that he digs you. He made a hole so deep that a haystack would have fit in it, but the coins were not there. Then, seized with despair, he ran back to the city and went straight to the court, to denounce before the judge the two thugs who had robbed him. The judge was an old ape of the gorilla race, respectable for his advanced age, for his white beard and, especially, for his gold glasses, without crystals, which he was obliged to wear continuously, because of an eye disease that had plagued him for years. Pinocchio, in the presence of the judge, recounted in detail the iniquitous fraud of which he had been the victim. He gave the names, surnames and addresses of the thugs and ended up asking for justice. The judge listened to him with benignity, was very interested in the story, was moved and moved. When the doll had nothing more to add, he reached out and rang a bell. Two mastiffs dressed as guards attended the bell. Then the judge told the guards, pointing to Pinocchio, 4 gold coins have been stolen from that poor devil, so seize him and take him to jail at once. The doll, upon hearing this sentence by surprise, was stunned and wanted to protest, but the guards, to avoid useless waste of time, covered his mouth and led him to the dungeon. There he had to stay 4 months, 4 very long months, and he would have stayed longer if it hadn't been for a lucky chance. Because we must know that the young emperor who reigned in the city of Atrapabobo won a great victory over his enemies and ordered great public festivals, lights, fireworks, horse and velocipede races, and, as a sign of great joy, he wanted all the prisons to be opened and the thugs to come out of them. If the others get out of prison, I want to get out too, said Pinocchio to the jailer. Not you, replied the jailer, because you're not one of those. I'm sorry, replied Pinocchio, I am also a scoundrel. In that case, you are quite right, said the jailer, and, respectfully removing his cap, saluted him, opened the prison doors for him, and let him go. Pinocchio leaves the prison, prepares to return to the fairy's house. On the way he finds a hideous snake and is then caught in a trap. Imagine the joy of Pinocchio when he was free. He immediately left the city and took the road to the house of the blue-haired fairy. Because of the rainy weather, the road had turned into a swamp and one sank in it up to half a leg. But the doll was not worried. Tormented by the desire to see his father and his little blue-haired sister again, he ran in bounds like a greyhound, splashing himself on his cap as he ran. Meanwhile, he was saying, "How many misfortunes have happened to me? And I deserve them. because I am a stubborn and fussy doll. And I always want to do things my way, without giving credit to those who they love me and have 1,000 times more judgment than me. But, from now on, I intend to change my life and become a good and obedient boy. All the more, since I have seen that disobedient children always go from head and do nothing right. Has my father been waiting for me? Will I find him at the fairy's house? It's been so long, poor thing, that I haven't seen him, that I'm consumed by giving him 1,000 caresses and kisses. And the fairy, will she forgive me for the ugly action I did to her? To think that I have received so much attention and affectionate care from her. And to think that, if I am still alive, I owe it to her. Is there a more ungrateful boy with less heart than me? While he was reasoning thus, he stopped abruptly, startled, and took 4 steps back. She had seen a huge serpent, stretched across the road, which had green skin, eyes of fire, and a pointed tail that smoked like a chimney. Impossible to imagine the fear of the doll. She went more than 1/4 of a mile away and sat down on a pile of stones, waiting for the serpent to go away, once and for all, to his business and clear the way. He waited an hour, 2 hours, 3 hours, but the serpent was still there, and from afar you could see its fiery eyes shine and the column of smoke that came from the tip of its tail. Then Pinocchio, gathering his courage, approached a few steps away and, with a sweet, insinuating and subtle voice, said to the snake, "Excuse me, Mrs. Snake. Would you please step aside a little to let me pass?" It was the same as talking to a wall. The snake did not move. Then he said again, with the same little voice, "You must know, Mrs. Snake, that I am going home, where my father, whom I haven't seen for a long time, is waiting for me. May I go on my way?" He waited for an answer to his question, but no answer came. The serpent, which until then had seemed vigorous and full of life, remained motionless and almost rigid. Her eyes closed and her tail stopped smoking. "Is she really dead?" said Pinocchio, rubbing his hands with delight, and, without thinking about it much, he tried to climb on top, to go to the other side of the road. But he had not quite lifted his leg yet when the serpent jerked up suddenly, like a spring. The doll, backing away, frightened, stumbled and fell to the ground, and he fell with such bad luck that he was left with his head buried in the mud of the road and his legs stiff in the air. Seeing that doll that was kicking, head down, at an incredible speed, gave the serpent a convulsion of laughter so great that he laughed, and finally, from the effort of laughing so much, a vein burst in his chest, and then he really died. Pinocchio began to run to get to the fairy's house before it got dark. But, unable to resist the terrible bites of hunger on the way, he entered a field with the intention of eating a few grains of muscatel grapes. He would never have done it. As soon as he reached the vines, crack! He felt 2 sharp pieces of iron oppress his legs, which made him see all the stars in the sky. The poor doll had been squeezed by a trap set by the peasants to catch martins, which were the scourge of all the nearby chicken coops. 21 Pinocchio is captured by a peasant, who forces him to act as a watchdog in his chicken coop. Pinocchio, as you can imagine, began to cry, to scream, to complain, but they were useless crying and shouting, because there were no houses to be seen in the surroundings and not a soul passed along the road. Meanwhile, he got dark. Partly because of the pain of the trap, which squeezed his shins, and partly because of the fear of finding himself alone in the dark, in the middle of the fields, the doll was almost beginning to fade. Suddenly, seeing a firefly pass over his head, he called her and said, "Little firefly, would you do me the charity of freeing me from this ordeal?" "Poor guy," replied the firefly, stopping to look at him compassionately. "How have those sharp irons gripped your legs?" "I went into the field to pick 2 bunches of these muscatel grapes and—" "Were the grapes yours?" "No." "Who has taught you, then, to carry yourself the rest?" "I was hungry." "Hunger, my son, is not a good reason to appropriate what is not ours." "True, true," cried Pinocchio, crying. "But I won't do it again." At that moment the dialogue was interrupted by the slightest noise of approaching footsteps. It was the owner of the field, who came on tiptoe to see if any of the martens that ate his chickens at night had gotten caught in the trap. He realized that, instead of a marten, he had caught a child. "Ah, little thief," said the farmer angrily. "So you're the one stealing my chickens." "Not me. Not me," cried Pinocchio, sobbing. "I entered the field only to pick 2 bunches of grapes. Whoever steals grapes is very capable of also stealing chickens. I'll teach you a lesson you won't easily forget." And, opening the trap, he seized the doll by the neck and carried it up to the house, as if he were carrying a newborn lamb. Arriving at the threshing floor, in front of the house, he threw him to the ground and, placing a foot on his neck, he said to him, "It's already late and I want to go to bed. Tomorrow we will settle accounts. In the meantime, since the dog that guarded the house at night died today, right now you will take his place. You will serve as my watchdog." No sooner said than done. He placed a large necklace around her neck, completely covered with brass spikes, and tightened it tight, so that he could not remove it by passing his head inside. The necklace was attached to a long iron chain, and the chain was fixed to the wall. "If tonight," said the farmer, "it starts to rain, you can lie down in that wooden hut, where there is still the straw that for 4 years has served as my poor dog's bed. And if, unfortunately, thieves come, don't forget to keep your ears open and bark." After this last warning the peasant entered the house and locked the door with several turns of the key. Poor Pinocchio remained huddled on the threshing floor, more dead than alive, from cold, hunger, and fear, and from time to time, furiously putting his hands inside the collar that oppressed his neck, he would say, crying, "I deserve it. Of course. I have wanted to be lazy, vagabond. I have wanted to pay attention to bad company, and that is why misfortune persecutes me. If I had been a good boy, as there are many, if I had wanted to study and work, if I had stayed at home with my poor father, I would not be here at this hour, in the middle of the field, acting as a watchdog in a farmer's house. Oh, if I could be born again. But it's too late. Patience." After this little outpouring, which came from his heart, he went into the booth and fell asleep. 22 Pinocchio discovers the thieves and, as a reward for being faithful, he is released. He had been sleeping soundly for more than 2 hours when, at midnight, he was awakened by a whisper of strange little voices, which he thought he heard on the threshing floor. He stuck the tip of his nose out of the opening in the booth and saw, gathered in council, 4 dark-furred animals that looked like cats. But they weren't cats. They were martens, little carnivorous animals very fond of eggs and chicks. One of the martens, separating from her companions, went to the booth and said in a low voice, "Good night, Melampus." "My name is not Melampo," answered the doll. "So, who are you?" "I'm Pinocchio." "And what are you doing there?" "I play watchdog." "Where is Melampus?" "Where is the old dog that lived in this kennel?" "He died this morning." "Dead? Poor animal. He was so good. But, judging by your face, you must be a kind dog too." "Please. I'm not a dog." "Well, what are you?" "I'm a doll." "And you play watchdog?" "Unfortunately. It's a punishment." "Well, I propose the same pact that I had with the deceased Melampus. You will be happy." "What pact is that?" "We will come once a week, as before, to visit this chicken coop at night, and we will take 8 chickens with us. Of those chickens, we will eat 7 of them ourselves and 1 we will give to you, provided, of course, that you pretend to be sleeping and don't even think of barking and waking up the farmer." "Melampus did that?" asked Pinocchio. "Of course he did, and we have always agreed. So he sleeps peacefully. You can be sure that, before leaving, we will leave you a completely skinned hen in the house for tomorrow's dinner. Have we understood each other?" "Very good," answered Pinocchio, and he shook his head menacingly, as if he had meant to say, "We'll talk about it again." The 4 martens, thinking themselves safe, went straight to the chicken coop, which was very close to the doghouse. They pried open, by force of tooth and nail, the small wooden door that closed the entrance and slipped inside, one after the other. But they had not yet finished entering when they heard the door slam, with great violence. The one who had closed it was Pinocchio, who, not content with closing it, placed a large stone in front of it, as a prop, for greater security. Then he began to bark as if he were a guard dog, making his voice woof, woof, woof. At the barking, the farmer jumped out of bed, grabbed the rifle and, leaning out the window, asked, "What's new?" "There are the thieves." "Where are they?" "In the chicken coop." "I'm going down right now." Indeed, at one point the farmer came down, ran into the chicken coop, and after having caught and locked the 4 martens in a sack, he told them with an accent of true joy, "At last they have fallen into my hands. I could punish them, but I'm not that cruel. I'll content myself with taking them tomorrow to the innkeeper in the neighboring village, who will skin and cook them like hares. It's an honor they don't deserve, but generous men like me don't pay attention to such trifles." Then he approached Pinocchio and began to caress him a lot, asking him, among other things, "What have you done to discover the plot of these 4 petty thieves?" To think that Melampo, my faithful Melampo, never noticed anything. The doll could have told what he knew. That is, he could have recounted the shameful pact between the dog and the martens. But he remembered that the dog was dead and thought, "What is the use of accusing the dead? The dead are dead, and the best thing to do is leave them alone." When the martens arrived at the threshing floor, "Were you awake or were you sleeping?" the farmer continued to ask. "I was asleep," answered Pinocchio, "but the martens woke me up with their whispers, and one came here, to the booth, to tell me, if you promise not to bark and not wake up the master, we'll give you a very well-haired chick. Understand? Huh? To have the audacity to make me such a proposal. Because you have to know that I am a doll that will have all the defects in the world, but I have never had the one of being long nails or an accomplice of dishonest people." "Good guy," exclaimed the farmer, patting him on the shoulder. "Those feelings honor you. And, to prove to you my great satisfaction, he sets you free from now on, so that you can return to your home." And he took the dog's collar off. 23 Pinocchio mourns the death of the beautiful young woman with blue hair. Then he finds a pigeon that takes him to the seashore, and there he jumps into the water to help his father Geppetto. As soon as Pinocchio felt free of the hard and humiliating weight of that necklace around his neck, he fled across the fields and did not stop for a minute until he reached the main road, which was to lead him to the fairy's house. When he reached the main road, he turned back to look at the plain, and made out clearly with the naked eye the wood where, to his misfortune, he had found the fox and the cat. He saw, between the trees, the crown of that great oak from which they had hung him by the neck, but no matter how much he looked around, he could not see the house of the beautiful blue-haired girl. He then had a kind of sad premonition and, starting to run with all the strength he had left in his legs, he found himself in a few minutes in the meadow where the little white house had been built. But the little white house was no longer there. In its place, there was a small marble tombstone on which were read, in capital letters, these painful words: "Here lies the blue-haired young girl deep in pain for having been abandoned by her little brother Pinocchio." When, for better or worse, he had deciphered those words, he fell face down to the ground and, covering the funerary marble with 1,000 kisses, he burst into tears. He cried all night, and the next morning, when it was daylight, he continued crying although there were no tears left in his eyes, and his cries and wails were so shrill and piercing that all the surrounding hills echoed him. While he cried, he said, "Oh, my little fairy, why did you die? Why didn't I, who am so bad, die in your place, while you were so good? And my father, where will he be? Oh, fairy, tell me where I can find him, because I want to always be with him and never, never, never leave him. Oh, my fairy, tell me it's not true that you've died. If you really love me, if you love your little brother, revive, come back alive. Aren't you sorry to see me alone and abandoned by everyone? If the murderers arrive, they will hang me again on the branch of the tree. And then I will die forever. What do you want me to do here, alone in this world? Now that I have lost you and my father, who will feed me? Where will I sleep? Who will make me the new jacket? Oh, it would be better, 100 times better, if I died too. I do want to die. Oh, oh, oh." And while he was despairing like this, he tried to tear his hair out, but, since his hair was made of wood, he could not even allow himself the pleasure of entangling his fingers in it. At that moment an enormous pigeon passed through the air, which, stopping with outstretched wings, called out to him from a great height, "Tell me, boy, what are you doing down there? Don't you see it? I cry," answered Pinocchio, raising his head towards that voice and rubbing his eyes with the sleeve of his jacket. "Tell me," then added the pigeon, "do you happen to know, among your comrades, a doll named Pinocchio?" "Pinocchio? Did you say Pinocchio?" the doll repeated, rising to its feet. "Pinocchio is me." The pigeon, upon hearing the answer, swooped down and landed on the ground. He was bigger than a turkey. "So you know Geppetto?" he asked the doll. "What if I know him? He is my poor father. Has he told you about me? Will you take me with him? Is he still alive? Answer me please. Does he still live? I left him 3 days ago, on the beach." "What was he doing?" "He made himself a small boat to cross the ocean." For more than 4 months the poor man has been traveling the world in search of you. And, since he can't find you, he has taken it into his head to look for you in the distant countries of the New World. How far is it from here to the beach? Asked Pinocchio with anxious eagerness. Over 1,000 miles. 1,000 kilometers? Oh, pigeon, how wonderful if he could have your wings. If you want to come, I'll take you. As riding on my rump. Do you weigh a lot? Weigh? Nothing of that. I am light as a feather. And, without waiting for more, Pinocchio jumped on the back of the pigeon. He put one leg on each side, as horsemen do, and shouted, very happy, "Gallop! Gallop, little horse, I'm in a hurry to get there." The pigeon took flight, and in a few minutes he was so high that they almost touched the clouds. At that extraordinary height, the doll had the curiosity to turn to look, and he felt so afraid and dizzy that, to avoid falling, he clung very, very tightly to the neck of his feathered horse. They flew all day. As night fell, the pigeon said, "I'm very thirsty. And I'm very hungry," added Pinocchio. "Let's stop for a few minutes in this dovecote. Then we will continue the trip, to be tomorrow at sunrise on the beach." They entered a deserted dovecote where there was only a basin full of water and a basket full of peas. The doll had never been able to swallow peas in his life. According to him, they made him nauseous, turned his stomach, but that night he got fed up and, when he had almost finished them, he turned to the pigeon and said, "I never would have believed that peas were so good." "You have to convince yourself, boy," replied the pigeon, "that when you're really hungry and there's nothing else to eat, even peas are delicious. Hunger has no whims or gluttony." Once quickly taken this small snack, they continued their journey. The next morning they reached the beach. The pigeon deposited Pinocchio on the ground and, not even wanting to be thanked for having done such a good deed, he immediately rose up and disappeared. The beach was full of people who were shouting and gesturing, looking out to sea. "What happened?" Pinocchio asked an old lady. "It has happened that a poor father, having lost his son, wanted to embark on a little boat to go looking for him on the other side of the sea. And the sea is very bad today, and the little boat about to sink." "Where is the little boat?" "Over there, in the distance, where I point," said the old woman, indicating a small boat that, seen from that distance, looked like a walnut shell, with a very small little man inside. Pinocchio fixed his eyes on that spot and, having looked carefully, he uttered a shrill shriek, shouting, "It's my father! He's my father!" Meanwhile, the small boat, beaten by the fury of the waves, disappeared among the great waves, floated again, and Pinocchio, standing on top of a rock, did not stop calling his dear father by his name and waving to her with his hands, with his handkerchief and even with the cap that he had on his head. And it seemed that Geppetto, although he was a long way from the beach, had recognized his son, because he too took off his cap and greeted him, and, by dint of gestures, gave him to understand that he would come back willingly, but that the sea was so choppy that it prevented him from maneuvering the oars to get close to land. Suddenly a terrible wave arose and the boat disappeared. They waited for the boat to float again, but it was not seen to appear. "Poor man," then said the fishermen who had gathered on the beach, and, murmuring a prayer in a low voice, they prepared to return to their homes. But behold, they heard a desperate cry and, turning back, they saw a little boy throwing himself from the top of a rock into the sea, shouting, "I want to save my father." Pinocchio, since he was all made of wood, floated easily and swam like a fish. He was seen disappearing under the water, due to the force of the tide, and sticking out a leg or an arm, a great distance from the land. In the end they lost sight of him and no longer saw him. "Poor guy," then said the fishermen who had gathered on the beach, and, murmuring a prayer under their breath, they returned to their homes. 24 Pinocchio arrives at the island of the busy bees and finds the fairy again. Pinocchio, buoyed by the hope of arriving in time to help his poor father, swam all night. What a horrible night that was! He rained, hailed, thundered terribly, with such lightning that it seemed day. At dawn, he managed to see not far away a long strip of land. It was an island in the middle of the sea. Then he strove to get closer to the beach, but to no avail. The waves sent him from one to the other, as if he were a stick or a straw. Finally, luckily, a wave came so powerful and impetuous that it threw him on the sand of the beach. The blow was so strong that, upon hitting the ground, all his ribs and joints cracked, but he soon consoled himself, saying, "This time, too, I got off the hook." Meanwhile, the sky calmed down. Little by little, the sun appeared in all its splendor and the sea remained as calm and peaceful as oil. The doll spread its clothes to dry in the sun and began to look here and there, trying to distinguish in that immense expanse of water a small boat with a little man inside. But, after having looked very closely, he saw nothing but sky, sea and some sail from a ship, but so far away that it seemed like a fly. "If only I knew what this island is called," he said to himself. "If only I knew if this island is inhabited by kind people, I mean by people who are not in the habit of hanging their children from the branches of trees. But who can I ask? Who, if there is no one?" Here, this idea of finding himself alone, in the middle of that great uninhabited region, caused him such melancholy that he was about to cry. Suddenly, he saw a large fish pass by a short distance from the shore, which was calmly going about its business with its head out of the water. Not knowing what his name was, the doll yelled at him aloud, to be heard, "Hey, Mr. Fish, may I have a word?" "And also too," replied the fish, which was a dolphin as kind as few are found in all the seas of the world. "Would you please tell me if there are towns on this island where I can eat without danger of being eaten?" "Surely there are," replied the dolphin. "Moreover, you will find one not far from here." "Which way do you have to follow to get there?" "You have to walk along that path, on the left, and always continue straight. You cannot lose yourself." "Tell me something else. You, who walk day and night by the sea, have you found, by chance, a small boat with my father inside?" "And who is your father?" "He is the best father in the world, and I am the worst son that can exist." "With the storm that occurred tonight," replied the dolphin, "the little boat will have sunk. And my father? At this time the terrible shark will have swallowed it, which for a few days has been sowing extermination and desolation in our waters." "Is that shark very big?" asked Pinocchio, who was already beginning to tremble with fear. "What if it's big?" replied the dolphin. "So that you can get an idea, I will tell you that it is bigger than a 5-story house, and it has a mouth so wide and so deep that it could comfortably swallow a whole train, with the engine running." "My mother!" the doll yelled, frightened. He dressed in a hurry, turned to the dolphin and said, "Hasta la vista, Mr. Fish." Sorry for the inconvenience and thank you very much for his kindness." As soon as he said this, he went down the path, at a brisk pace, so light it almost seemed like it was running. At the smallest noise he heard, all he had to do was turn to look back, afraid of seeing himself chased by that terrible shark, as big as a 5-story house and with a train in its mouth. After half an hour of walking, he arrived at a small town called the Town of the Busy Bees. The streets were swarming with people running to and fro to attend to their business. Everyone worked, everyone had something to do. Not even looking for him with a magnifying glass could you find a lazy person or a vagabond. "Of course," said the lazy Pinocchio very quickly. "This town is not for me. I was not born to work." Meanwhile, he was tormented by hunger, for he had gone 24 hours without eating anything, not even a plate of peas. What to do? He only had 2 resources left to get rid of his hunger: either look for a job or beg for a few cents or a piece of bread. He was ashamed to ask for alms, because his father had always told him that only the old and the sick had the right to ask for alms. In this world, the true poor, deserving of assistance and compassion, are no more than those who for reasons of old age or illness are condemned to not be able to earn their bread with the work of their hands. Everyone else is required to work. If they don't work, they go hungry. At that moment, a very sweaty and panting man passed by on the street, who was pulling 2 carts loaded with coal with effort. It seemed to Pinocchio that he looked like a good person, so he approached her and, lowering his eyes in shame, said to her in a low voice, "Would you kindly give me a penny? I'm starving." "Not just a penny," replied the coalman. "I'll give you 4 as long as you help me carry these 2 carts of coal to my house." "It amazes me," replied the doll, almost offended. "You must know that I have never acted as a donkey, that I have never pulled a cart." "Better for you," replied the coalman. "So, boy, when you really starve, eat 2 slices of your pride, and be careful, do not go to catch indigestion." Minutes later, a bricklayer carrying a bucket of sand and cement on his shoulder passed by. "My lord, would it be charitable to give a penny to a poor boy who yawns with hunger?" "Delighted. Come with me," replied the bricklayer, "and instead of a penny, I'll give you 5. "But the load is heavy," replied Pinocchio. "And I don't want to get tired." "If you don't want to get tired, boy, have fun yawning, and bon appétit to you." In less than half an hour another 20 people passed by and Pinocchio asked them all for alms, but they all answered him, "Aren't you ashamed? Instead of loitering in the streets, go find a job and learn to earn your bread." Lastly, a good little woman passed by, carrying 2 jugs of water. "Will you, good woman, allow me to take a sip of water from her jug?" said Pinocchio, who was dying of thirst. "Drink, boy," said the little woman, setting the 2 pitchers on the ground. When Pinocchio had drunk like a sponge, she muttered under her breath, wiping her mouth, "My thirst is gone. I wish I could take away my hunger." The good little woman, hearing these words, immediately added, "If you help me carry one of these jugs of water home, I'll give you a piece of bread." Pinocchio looked at the pitcher and said neither yes nor no. "And, with the bread, I'll give you a good plate of cauliflower, stewed with oil and vinegar," added the good woman. Pinocchio took another look at the pitcher and answered neither yes nor no. "And after the cauliflower, I'll give you a rich sweet stuffed with sweet liquor." Faced with the seduction of this last treat, Pinocchio could not resist any longer. he steeled himself and said, "I'll take the pitcher to his house." The jug was very heavy and the doll, without the strength to carry it in its hands, resigned itself to carrying it on its head. Arriving at the house, the good little woman made Pinocchio sit down at a small table and put the bread, the stewed cauliflower and the sweet in front of him. Pinocchio did not eat, he devoured. As the raging bites of hunger gradually subsided, he raised his head to thank his benefactor, but she still hadn't finished looking at her face when she of astonishment, and he remained as if bewitched, with his eyes wide open, his fork in the air and his mouth full of bread and cauliflower. "What is all this astonishment about?" the good woman asked, laughing. "It's just," answered Pinocchio stammering, "it's just. You look alike. You remember me. Yes, yes, yes. The same voice. The same eyes. The same hair. Yes, yes, yes. She also has blue hair. Like her. Oh, my fairy. Tell me you really are the fairy. Don't make me cry anymore." And while he was speaking thus, Pinocchio began to cry desperately and, throwing himself on the ground, clasped the knees of that mysterious little woman. 25 Pinocchio promises the fairy to be good and study, because he is fed up with being a doll and wants to become a good boy. At first the good little woman began to say that she was not the little blue-haired fairy, but then she, seeing herself discovered and not wanting to prolong the comedy, she ended up making herself known and said to Pinocchio, "Naughty doll. How did you know it was me? My darling found out. Do you remember? You left me a girl and now you find me a woman, such a woman that I could almost be your mother. I love it, because that way, instead of little sister, I'll call her mom. I've been longing for a mother like all children for so long. But what has she done to grow up so fast? It's a secret. Show me. I would also like to grow a little. Don't you see? I'm still small. But you can't grow," replied the fairy. Because dolls never grow. They are born like dolls, live like dolls and die like dolls." "Oh, I'm sick of always being a doll," cried Pinocchio. "It's about time that I too was a man like the others. And you will be, if you know how to deserve it." "Really? And what can I do to deserve it?" "A very easy thing. Get used to being a good boy." "Am I not? What are you going to be?" "Good children are obedient and you." "I never obey." "Good children love to study and work, and you." "And I am lazy and a vagabond all year round." "Good children always tell the truth and you." "And I always lie." "Good children go to school willingly. And school gives me goosebumps. But from now on I want to change my life. You promise me?" "I promise. I want to become a good boy and I want to be my father's comfort." "Where will my poor father be at this hour?" "I don't know." "Will I be lucky enough to see him again and hug him?" "I think so. I'm almost sure." Pinocchio's delight at this response was such that he took the fairy's hands and began to kiss them with such enthusiasm that he seemed beside himself. Then, raising his face and looking at her affectionately, he asked her, "Tell me, Mommy, so it's not true that you died?" "It seems not," replied the fairy, smiling. "If you knew what pain and lump in my throat I had when I read, 'Here lies.' I know, and for that I have forgiven you. The sincerity of your pain made me understand that you had a good heart, and from good-hearted children, even if they are a little naughty and ill-bred, something can always be expected. That is, You can always hope they get back on track. That's why I've come here to look for you, and I'll be your mom." "Oh, how wonderful!" cried Pinocchio, jumping for joy. "You will obey me and you will always do what I say." "Delighted, delighted, delighted. From tomorrow," added the fairy, "you will start going to school." Pinocchio was suddenly a little less cheerful. "Then you will choose a profession that you like." Pinocchio became serious. "What are you muttering to yourself?" asked the fairy, with a pained accent. "I was saying," grumbled the doll in a low voice, "that it seems a little late for me to go to school." "No, sir. Do not forget that it is never too late to learn and educate yourself." "But I don't want to work." "Why?" "Because working tires me out." "My son," said the fairy, "those who say that always end up in jail or hospital. Man, so you know, whether he is born rich or poor, is obliged to do something in this world, to occupy himself with something, to work. Woe to those who get caught up in idleness. Leisure is a very ugly disease, and it must be cured immediately, from a very young age. If not, when older it never heals." These words reached the soul of Pinocchio, who, raising his head briskly, said to the fairy, "I will study, I will work, I will do everything you tell me, because I am already bored with the life of a doll, and I want at all costs to become a child." "You have promised me, haven't you?" "I promised you, and now it's up to you." 26 Pinocchio goes with his schoolmates to the seashore, to see the terrible shark. The next day, Pinocchio went to public school. Imagine those naughty children when they saw a doll enter their school. It was a laugh that never ended. One played a joke on him and the one from beyond, another. One would take his hat from his hand, another would pull his jacket behind him. Some tried to paint large moustaches under his nose with ink, and there were even those who wanted to tie some strings to his feet and hands, to make him dance. For a while Pinocchio let them do it in the greatest calm, but at last, seeing that his patience was running out, he turned to those who besieged and mocked him the most and said resolutely, "Look, children, I have not come here to be his jester. I respect others and I want to be respected." "Bravo! You have spoken like an open book." Those rascals yelled, throwing themselves to the ground with laughter, and one of them, more impertinent than the others, reached out with the intention of seizing the doll by the end of the nose. But he didn't get there in time because Pinocchio stretched out his legs under the table and kicked him in the shins. "Oh, what hard feet!" the boy yelled, rubbing at the bruise the doll had given him. "And what elbows! Harder than feet," said another, who had earned an elbow in the stomach for his heavy jokes. The fact is that after that kick and that elbow, Pinocchio immediately earned the esteem and sympathy of all the children at school. They all caressed him and loved him very much. Even the teacher was very satisfied because he saw him as attentive, studious, intelligent, always the first to enter the school and the last to stand up once classes were over. The only defect he had was that he hung out with too many companions. Among these there were many urchins well known for their little desire to study and to behave well. The teacher warned him every day, and the good fairy did not stop telling him and repeating to him many times, "Look, Pinocchio. Beware of those classmates of yours who are going to end up, sooner or later, making you lose your love of studying, and perhaps they will cause you great misfortune." "There is no danger," the doll would answer, shrugging its shoulders and touching its forehead with its forefinger, as if to say, There's a lot of sanity in here. But it happened that one fine day, going to school, he met a gang of the well-known classmates, who went to meet him and told him, "Do you know the great news? No. A shark, as big as a mountain, has arrived in these seas." "Really? Is it the same shark from when my father drowned? We go to the beach to see it. Are you coming too?" "I don't. I want to go to school." "What do you care about school?" "We'll go to school tomorrow. Total. With a lesson more or less, we will continue being the same as donkeys." "And the teacher, what will he say?" "Let him say what he wants. They pay him to grunt all day." "And my mother?" "Mothers never know anything," they answered. "Do you know what I'll do?" said Pinocchio. "I want to see that shark. I have my reasons. But I'll go after school." "Poor fool," reproached one of the gang. "Do you think that a fish of that size is going to stay there at your convenience? As soon as he gets bored, he will continue his march to another place, and if I have seen you I don't remember." "How long does it take to go from here to the beach?" asked the doll. "We'll be back in an hour." "Then go ahead. The last one is dumb," cried Pinocchio. Thus given the signal to start, that gang of urchins, with their books and notebooks under his arm, began to run across the fields. Pinocchio was always ahead of everyone, as if he had wings on his feet. From time to time, turning back, he would taunt his companions, who had stayed a respectable distance away, and seeing them breathless, panting, dusty, and with their tongues hanging out of him, he would laugh heartily. The unfortunate man did not know, at that moment, to how many fears and to what terrible misfortune he was rushing. XXVII Great fight between Pinocchio and his comrades, when one of these is wounded. The guards arrest Pinocchio. When he got to the beach, Pinocchio took a long look at the sea, but he didn't see any sharks. The sea was as smooth as a great glass mirror. "Where's the shark?" he asked, turning to his comrades. "He must have gone to eat," answered one of them, laughing. "Or he'll have gone to bed, to take a nap," added another, laughing even harder. From those incongruous answers and those foolish laughs, Pinocchio understood that his comrades had played a bad joke on him, making him believe something that was not true. He got angry and said to them, with an angry voice, "Good. What fun do you find in having made me believe the tale of the shark?" "It's very funny," those rascals responded in chorus. "Which? The one about making you miss school and coming with us? Aren't you ashamed to be so punctual and diligent in your lessons every day? Aren't you ashamed of studying so much? What do you care if I study or stop studying? It matters a lot to us, because you force us to do a bad job before the teacher." "Why?" "Because students who study always detract from those who, like us, don't want to study. And we do not want to detract. We also have our self-esteem. So, what should I do to please them? You must also get bored with school, with the lessons and with the teacher, who are our three great enemies. And if I wanted to continue studying, we wouldn't look at your face anymore and you'd pay us the first time." "They really almost made me laugh," the doll said with a shrug. "Hey, Pinocchio," the older boy then yelled. "Don't come to play the bully, don't play the cocky. Because if you don't fear us, we don't fear you. Remember that you are alone and that we are seven. Seven. Like the deadly sins," said Pinocchio, with a great laugh. "They have heard. You have insulted us all." He has compared us to the deadly sins. Pinocchio, ask us for forgiveness. Or else, woe to you. Cuckoo, sang the doll, touching the tip of its nose with its fingers in mockery. Pinocchio, let's end badly. Cuckoo, you're going to earn more sticks than a donkey. Cuckoo, you'll come home with a broken nose. Cuckoo, I'm going to give you the cuckoo, cried the boldest of urchins. Take this, on account, and save it for tonight's dinner. And he punched her in the head. But it was, as they say, give and take, because the doll, as was to be expected, immediately answered with another punch, and in an instant the combat became general and bitter. Pinocchio, although he was alone, defended himself like a hero. With his very hard wooden feet he hit so well that he always kept enemies at a respectful distance. Wherever his feet could reach, he left a bruise as a keepsake. Then the boys, angry because they could not be measured with the doll in a melee, thought of using projectiles, and, untying the packets of schoolbooks, they began to throw at him the syllabaries. The grammars, the Juanitos, the Minazzoli, the Tales of Thua and the Baccini Chick, and other schoolbooks, but the doll, which had good eyesight, dodged them in time and the volumes passed over his head and they all fell into the sea. Imagine the fish. The fish, believing that those books were edible, ran in flocks to the surface of the water, but after having tasted a page or a cover, they would immediately spit it out, making a grimace with their mouths that seemed to mean, "It's not for us, we're used to eating better things." The fighting grew more and more fierce, and it happened that a great crab, which had risen out of the water and was crawling slowly along the beach, cried out with a loud voice like a catastrophic trumpet, "Hold down, rascals, they are only that. These wars between boys never end well. Something bad always happens. Poor crab." It was the same as preaching in the desert. Even the scoundrel Pinocchio, turning to glare at him, said rudely, "Shut up, you hateful crab. You'd better suck on 2 medicated lozenges to cure that sore throat. Go to bed and try to sweat." Meanwhile, the boys, who had finished throwing away all their books, saw the doll's bundle of books a short distance away and seized it immediately. Among those books was a volume bound in thick cardboard, with the spine and the corners of parchment. It was a treatise on arithmetic. I let you imagine how heavy it was. One of the boys seized the volume and, aiming at Pinocchio's head, flung it with all the strength of his arm, but instead of hitting the doll, he hit one of his classmates on the head, who turned white as a sheet and could only say these words, "Mom, Mom, help me. I'm dying!" And he fell full length on the sand of the beach. Seeing his friend as dead, the boys, frightened, fled, and in a few minutes not one was left. But Pinocchio stayed there. Although he too was more dead than alive with fright and pain, he ran to soak his handkerchief in the seawater and began to moisten the temples of his poor schoolmate. Meanwhile he was crying his eyes out and, getting desperate, he called his name and said, "Eugenio. .. Poor Eugenio. Open your eyes and look at me. Why don't you answer me? It wasn't me. You know. Who has hurt you so much? Believe me, it wasn't me. Open your eyes, Eugenio. If you continue with your eyes closed I'll die too. My God, how am I going to return home? With what face am I going to introduce myself to my good mother? What will become of me? Where shall I run? Where can I hide? Oh, it would have been better, 1,000 times better, if I had gone to school. Why did I pay attention to these classmates, who are my condemnation? The teacher had told me, and my mother had repeated it to me, beware of bad companies. But I'm a stubborn. I let everyone talk and then I do what I want. And then I have to pay for it. And that's why, since I've been in the world, I haven't had a quiet quarter of an hour. My God, what will become of me? Pinocchio was still crying, beating his head and calling poor Eugene by his name, when he suddenly heard the sound of approaching footsteps. He turned. There were 2 guards. "What are you doing there, lying on the ground?" they asked Pinocchio. "I help this schoolmate." "That's wrong." "I think so." "It seems very bad," said one of the guards, leaning over and watching Eugenio closely. "This boy has been wounded in the temple." "Who hurt him?" "Not me," the doll stammered, breathless for more. "If it wasn't you, who hurt him?" "Not me," repeated Pinocchio. "And what did they hurt him with?" "With this book." And the doll picked up the treatise on arithmetic, bound in cardboard and parchment, from the floor to show it to the guard. "And whose book is it?" "Mine." "Stop. There is no need to know more. Get up and come with us." "But I..." "Come with us." "But I'm innocent." "Come with us." Before leaving, the guards called some fishermen who were passing with their boat near the beach at that moment, and told them, "We entrust this boy with a head injury. Take him to his house and take care of him. Tomorrow we will come to see him." Then they turned to Pinocchio and, placing him between the 2, ordered him with a military accent, "Forward, and walk quickly. If not, it will be worse for you." Without making him repeat it, the doll began to walk along the path that led to the town. But the poor devil didn't even know what world he was in. He seemed to be dreaming a horrible nightmare. He was beside himself. His eyes saw everything double, his legs trembled, his tongue had stuck to his palate and he couldn't articulate a word. However, in the midst of that stupor and torpor, a sharp thorn pierced his heart, the thought that he should pass under the windows of his good fairy's house between the 2 guards. He would have preferred to die. They had already arrived and were about to enter the town, when a playful gust of wind snatched the hat from Pinocchio's head, carrying him a dozen paces away. "May I?" said the doll to the guards. "Go get my hat. Pick him up." "But he's right back." The doll went, picked up the hat, and, instead of putting it on his head, he put it in his mouth, between his teeth, and began to run at full speed towards the beach. He was running like a bullet. The guards, thinking that it would be difficult to catch up with him, urged after him a large mastiff, which had won first prize in all the dog races. Pinocchio ran and the dog outran him, so people leaned out of the windows and crowded in the middle of the street, anxious to see the outcome of that ferocious race. But they couldn't indulge themselves, because the mastiff and Pinocchio raised such a cloud of dust on the road that after a few minutes nothing could be seen. 28 Pinocchio is in danger of being fried in a frying pan, like a fish. During that desperate race, there was a terrible moment, a moment in which Pinocchio thought he was lost, because you have to know that Alidoro, that was the name of the dog, by dint of running and running, had almost reached him. The doll felt behind him, a foot away, the fierce panting of the beast, and even perceived the warm vapor of his snorts. Fortunately, the beach was already close, and the sea was seen a few steps away. As soon as he stepped on the beach, the doll took a great leap, which a frog would have envied, and fell into the water. Alidoro, on the other hand, tried to stop but, dragged by the impetus of the race, he also entered the water. And the wretch didn't know how to swim, so he immediately started kicking to get afloat, but the more he kicked, the more his head sank into the water. When he finally managed to get it out, the poor bug's eyes were terrified and out of their sockets and, barking, he screamed, "I'm drowning! I'm drowning!" "Blast!" replied Pinocchio from a distance, who already looked out of danger. "Help me, Pinocchio! Save me from death!" Faced with those heartbreaking cries, the doll, which deep down had a heart of gold, took pity on it and, turning to the dog, asked, "Do you promise me that if I help you save you won't bother me anymore and you won't come after me again? I promise you, and hurry up, please. If you take half a minute there is no one to save me." Pinocchio still hesitated, but then, remembering that his father had told him many times that one never regrets a good deed, he swam to Alidoro, and pulling his tail with both hands carried him safely to the dry sand of the beach. The poor animal could not stand up. He had drunk, against his will, so much salt water that he was bloated like a balloon. However, the doll, which was not too trusting, judged it prudent to jump back into the sea, and as he moved away from the beach he called out to his saved friend, "Goodbye, Alidoro. Have a safe trip. And memories to the family." "Goodbye, Pinocchio," answered the dog. "Thank you very much for saving me from death. You have done me a great service, and in this world nothing is done in vain. If the occasion comes, you will check it out." Pinocchio continued to swim, not going too far from the shore. At last it seemed to him that he had reached a safe place and, taking a look at the beach, he saw a kind of cave over the rocks, from which a very long plume of smoke was coming out. In that cave, he said to himself, there must be a fire. Even better, I'll go dry and warm myself. Later we will see what happens. Having made this resolution, he approached the jetty. But when he was about to climb up, he felt something underwater coming up and carrying him through the air. He tried to run away, but it was too late, because to his great astonishment he found himself locked in a thick net, in the middle of a lot of fish of all kinds and sizes that wriggled and wreathed like souls carried by the devil. At the same time he saw an ugly fisherman come out of the cave, so ugly that he looked like a sea monster. On his head, instead of hair, grew a thick tuft of green grass. Green was the skin of his body, green his eyes, green the very long beard that almost reached his feet. It looked like a huge lizard standing on its hind legs. When the fisherman finished pulling the net out of the sea, he shouted, very happy, "Blessed be God. Also today I will be able to give myself a good fish binge. It's a good thing I'm not a fish," Pinocchio said to himself, regaining some courage. The net full of fish was taken into the cave, a dark and smoky cave, in the middle of which a large frying pan bubbled with oil that gave off a whiff of mushrooms that took your breath away. "Now let's see what fish we've caught," said the green fisherman, and inserting into the net a monstrous hand, which looked like a great baker's spade, he pulled out a handful of mullets. "Good mullets," he exclaimed, looking at him, and sniffing them with delight. And, having sniffed them, he threw them into a concavity of the rock. Afterwards he repeated the same operation several times, and as he was pulling out the rest of the fish, his mouth watered and he said, delighted, "Good hakes. exquisite conger eels, delicious soles, splendid silversides, yummy anchovies, with their heads and all. As you can imagine, the hake, the conger eels, the sole, the silversides and the anchovies, went to keep company with the mullets in their hole. The last one left in the net was Pinocchio. As soon as he had pulled it out, the fisherman's eyes widened, while he shouted, almost frightened, "What kind of fish is this? I can't remember ever eating fish like that." And he looked at him carefully again. After having looked at him and re-looked, he finally said, "I understand, it must be a sea crab." Then Pinocchio, mortified to see that they took him for a crab, exclaimed resentfully, "What a crab or what 8/4. Look how he treats me. Me. So you know, I'm a doll." "A doll?" replied the fisherman. "I must confess that the doll fish is new to me. Better this way. I will eat you with more desire." "Eat me? Don't you understand that I'm not a fish? Or is it that you do not realize that I speak and reason like you?" "It's true," added the fisherman, "and since I see that you are a fish lucky enough to speak and reason like me, I am willing to treat you with due regard." "And what do these considerations consist of?" "As a sign of friendship and of particular esteem, I leave the way to be cooked to your choice. Do you want to be fried in the pan or do you prefer to be cooked in the pot, with tomato sauce?" "To tell the truth," replied Pinocchio, "if I have to choose, I prefer to be released, so that I can return to my home." "You're kidding. Do you think I'm going to waste the chance to try such a rare fish? It is not every day that a doll fish is caught in these seas. Leave it to me. I'll fry you along with the other fish and that way you'll feel comfortable. Being fried in company is always a consolation." Faced with this prospect, the unfortunate Pinocchio began to cry, scream, and beg for mercy, while saying, how much better it would have been to go to school. "I followed the advice of my classmates and now I pay for it. Alas! Alas! Alas!" And as he wriggled like an eel and made desperate efforts to slip out of the hands of the green fisherman, the latter took a reed stick and, after tying him hand and foot, like a sausage, he threw it into the bowl with the other fish. Afterwards, taking out a wooden jar full of flour, he dedicated himself to coating all the fish, and, as he floured them, he was throwing them into the pan. The first to dance in the boiling oil were the poor hakes, then it was the turn of the silversides, then the conger eels, then the soles and anchovies, and finally it was Pinocchio's turn. The latter, seeing himself so close to death, and what kind of death, was seized by a trembling and fear so intense that he could not manage to get out even a thread of voice to ask for mercy. The poor thing just asked for it with his eyes. But the green fisherman, without so much as looking at him, rolled him 5 or 6 times in the flour, coating him from head to foot and turning him into a kind of plaster doll. Next, he grabbed him by the head and 29 he returns to the fairy's house, who promises him that the next day he will no longer be a doll, but he will become a child. Great breakfast of coffee with milk to celebrate this great event. Just as the fisherman was about to throw Pinocchio into the frying pan, a huge dog entered the grotto, attracted by the tempting and penetrating smell of frying. "Out!" the fisherman yelled at him, threatening him and without letting go of the floured doll's hand. But the poor dog was hungry as hell and, whimpering and wagging his tail, he seemed to say, "Give me a mouthful of frying and I'll leave you alone." "Get out, I tell you," the fisherman repeated. and he stretched out his leg to kick her. Then the dog, who was not joking when he was really hungry, turned snarling on the fisherman, baring his terrible fangs. At that moment, a very weak little voice was heard in the grotto, saying, "Save me, Alidoro. If you don't save me, I may as well die." The dog immediately recognized Pinocchio's voice and noticed, with enormous astonishment, that the little voice came out of the flowery mess that the fisherman was holding. What did he do then? He leapt up from the ground, gently seized the flowered bundle in his teeth, and ran out of the grotto like a bolt of lightning. The fisherman, furious that a fish that he so wanted to eat was torn from his hands, tried to chase the dog, but after a few steps he had a coughing fit and had to turn back. Meanwhile, Alidoro, already reaching the path that led to the town, stopped and delicately placed his friend Pinocchio on the ground. "How much I have to thank you," said the doll. "You're welcome," replied the dog. "You saved me, and what is done is returned. You know, in this world you have to help each other." "And how did you end up in that cave?" "I was still lying on the beach, more dead than alive, when the wind brought me a whiff of frying from afar. The whiff whiffed my appetite and I followed it." "If I'm a minute later." "Don't even say it," cried Pinocchio, who was still trembling with fear. "Don't say it. If you arrive a minute later, by now it would be fried, eaten and digested." "Bruh. I shudder just thinking about it." Alidoro, laughing, extended his right paw towards the doll, which held it tightly as a sign of friendship. Later they separated. The dog resumed the path of his house, and Pinocchio, when he was left alone, went to a cabin not far from there and asked an old man who was at the door, warming himself in the sun, "Tell me, good man, do you know anything of a poor boy wounded in the head?" "What's called Eugenio? The boy was brought by some fishermen to this cabin and now he's dead," interrupted Pinocchio, with great pain. "No. Now he is alive and he has already returned to his house," replied the old man. "Really? Really?" The doll laughed, jumping for joy. "So the wound was not serious?" "It could have been very serious, and even fatal," replied the old man, "because an enormous cardboard-bound book was thrown at his head." "And who threw it at him?" "A schoolmate, a certain Pinocchio." "Who is this Pinocchio?" asked the doll, pretending not to understand. "They say that he is a urchin, a vagabond, a true undesirable." "Slander. All slander. Do you know that Pinocchio?" "Of sight," the doll answered. "And what concept do you have of him?" "He seems like a great boy to me, full of desire to study, obedient, affectionate with his father and his family." While the doll calmly blurted out all these lies, he touched his nose and noticed that it had grown longer more than a span. Then he, very frightened, began to shout, "Pay no attention, good man, to everything I have told you. I know Pinocchio perfectly and I can also assure you that he really is a disobedient and lazy boy, and that instead of going to school, he goes off with his comrades to get into mischief." He had hardly uttered these words, his nose shortened and he returned to his natural size, as before. "And why are you so stained with white?" the old man suddenly asked. "I'll tell you. I've inadvertently rubbed against a freshly whitewashed wall," replied the doll, ashamed to admit that it had been battered like a fish to be fried in a frying pan. "And what did you do with your jacket, your pants and your hat?" "I found some thieves who stole them from me." "Tell me, good old man, wouldn't you have anything I could wear to get home?" "My son, When it comes to clothes, I only have a little bag where I keep peanuts and chestnuts. If you want it, take it. There is." Pinocchio did not make him say it twice. He took the indicated sack, the one that was empty, and after making a hole in the bottom and 2 holes in the sides with the scissors, he put it on like a shirt. And summarily dressed, he made his way towards the town. But on the way he did not feel very calm, to the point that he would take a step forward and another step back, and, talking to himself, he would say, "How do I manage to present myself like this before my good fairy? What will I say when he sees me? Will he forgive me for this second prank? I bet he won't forgive me. Oh, no, surely he won't forgive me. And it will be my fault. Because I'm a rogue who always promises to correct me and I never keep my word." They would open, but when he saw himself there he felt his courage fail him and, instead of calling, he ran away 20 paces. He approached the door a second time, and the same result. He approached for the third time, and nothing. The fourth time he seized the iron knocker tremblingly and risked a small blow. Finally, after half an hour, a window on the top floor opened. The house had 4 floors, and Pinocchio saw a large snail lean out, who had a lit lamp on his head, who said to him, "Who's calling at this time? Is the fairy at home?" asked the doll. "The fairy sleeps and he doesn't want to be woken up." "But who are you?" "It's me." "Who is I?" "Pinocchio." "What Pinocchio?" "The doll. The one that lives with the fairy." "Oh, I understand," said the snail. "Wait for me there. Now I'll go down and I'll open it right away." "Hurry up, please. I'm freezing to death. My son, I am a snail, and snails are never in a hurry." An hour passed, 2 passed, and the door would not open. In view of this, Pinocchio, who was trembling with cold, fear and the water that was on him, took courage and called a second time, and called louder. At that second call, a window on the lower floor opened and the well-known caracole peeked out. "Pretty little snail," cried Pinocchio from the street, "I've been waiting for 2 hours. And 2 hours, with this little night, seem longer than 2 years. "Hurry up please, my son," replied the phlegmatic and peaceful little animal from the window. "My son, I am a snail, and snails are never in a hurry." And the window closed again. Soon it struck 12, then 1, then 2, and the door was still closed. Then Pinocchio, losing patience, seized the door knocker in a rage with a mighty blow that deafened the whole building. But the knocker, which was made of iron, suddenly turned into a live eel, which slipped from his hands and disappeared in the trickle of water that was in the middle of the street. "Oh, yeah!" yelled Pinocchio, more and more blinded by anger. "Well, if the knocker has disappeared, I'll keep knocking by kicking." And, leaning back a little, he unloaded a most solemn kick at the door of the house. The blow was so strong that his foot went halfway into the wood, and when the dummy tried to get it out, it was lost work, because the foot had been sunk inside, like a riveted nail. Imagine poor Pinocchio. He had to spend the rest of the night with one foot on the ground and the other in the air. In the morning, at daybreak, he finally opened the door. The good caracole had only taken 9 hours to go down from the 4th floor to the front door. He must have felt exhausted after such a rush. "What are you doing with your foot stuck in the door?" he asked the doll, laughing. "It has been a misfortune. Take a look and see if you can free me from this ordeal, cute little snail." "My son, for that you would have to be a woodcutter and I never have been. Ask the fairy for me. The fairy sleeps and he doesn't want to be woken up. And what do you want me to do? Nailed to this door all day? Have fun counting the ants that pass by on the street. Bring me at least something to eat, because I'm exhausted right now, replied the snail. Indeed, 3.5 hours later Pinocchio saw him return with a silver tray on his head. On the tray was a loaf, a roast chicken, and 4 ripe apricots. Here's the breakfast the fairy sends you, said the snail. In the face of such abundance, the doll was completely consoled. What would not be his disappointment when he began to eat, he noticed that the bread was made of plaster, the chicken made of cardboard and the 4 apricots made of colored alabaster. He wanted to cry, he wanted to surrender to despair, he wanted to throw the tray with everything it contained, but instead, either because of the intense pain or because of the emptiness of his stomach. The fact is that he fell fainting. When he came to, he found himself stretched out on a sofa, with the fairy next to him. This time, too, I forgive you, the fairy told him, but woe to you if you do another one of yours. Pinocchio promised and swore that he would study and that he would always behave well. And he kept his word for the rest of the year. Indeed, in the summer exams he achieved the honor of being the best in the school. His behavior, in general, was judged so good and satisfactory that the fairy, very happy, told him, "Tomorrow your wish will finally be fulfilled. Which? Tomorrow you will stop being a wooden doll and become a good boy." Whoever did not see Pinocchio's joy at this long-awaited news will never be able to imagine it. All of his friends and schoolmates were invited, for the next day, to a great breakfast at the fairy's house to celebrate the great event together. The fairy made 200 cups of coffee with milk and 400 rolls with butter. The day promised to be very beautiful and joyful, but, unfortunately, in the life of dolls there is always a but that spoils things. Pinocchio, instead of becoming a child, secretly leaves with his friend Mecha towards the land of toys. As is natural, Pinocchio immediately asked the fairy for permission to go around the city making the invitations, and the fairy said to him, "Very well, go invite your companions to breakfast tomorrow. But remember to come home before it's dark. Understood? I promise I'll be back in an hour," replied the doll. Watch out, Pinocchio. Children promise many things that later, in most cases, they do not fulfill. But I am not like the others. When I say something, I stand by it. We'll see. If you disobey, worse for you. Because children who don't listen to the advice of someone who knows more than them always find themselves in misfortune. I already tried it, said Pinocchio. But now I won't take that bait. We'll see if it's true. Without adding another word, the doll said goodbye to his good fairy, who was like a mother to him, and left the house singing and dancing. In just over an hour all of his friends were invited. Some readily accepted. Others made themselves begged a bit at first, but when they found out that the rolls to dip in the café au lait also had butter on the outside, they all agreed, saying, "We'll go too, to please you." And now it is necessary to know that Pinocchio, among his friends and schoolmates, had a favorite and much loved one, whose name was Romeo, but they all called him by the nickname of Wick. Because of his gaunt appearance, like a new wick in a lamp. Mecha was the laziest and naughtiest boy in the whole school, but Pinocchio loved him very much. He immediately went to look for him at his house, to invite him to breakfast, but he did not find him. He came back a second time and Mecca wasn't there either. He returned a third time and made the journey in vain. Where to find him? He looks here, he looks there. Finally he saw him hiding under the portico of a peasant house. "What are you doing there?" asked Pinocchio, coming closer. "I wait until midnight, to leave." "Where are you going?" "Away, away, away. And I have gone 3 times to look for you at your house." "What did you want me for? Don't you know the big event? Don't you know how lucky I am? Which, tomorrow I stop being a doll and I become a child like you and everyone else." "Good luck to you. So, tomorrow, I'll wait for you for breakfast at my house. I already told you that I'm leaving tonight." "At what time?" "Shortly." "And where you're going?" "I'm going to live in a place, which is the best country in this world, a real Georgia." "What's it called?" "It's called Toy Country." "Why don't you come too?" No. Of course not. You're wrong, Pinocchio. Trust me. You will regret it if you don't come. Where are you going to find a healthier country for us children? There are no schools, no teachers, there are no books. In that blessed country you never study. He doesn't go to school on Thursday, and the weeks are made up of 6 Thursdays and 1 Sunday. Imagine that the summer holidays start on the 1st of January and end in December. I finally found a country that I really like. This is how all civilized nations should be. And how are the days spent in the land of toys? They spend playing and having fun from morning to night. At night one goes to bed and the next morning, start over. How about, said Pinocchio, and he shook his head slightly, as if to say, I would gladly lead that life. So, do you want to come with me? Yes or no? Make up your mind. No. No and 1,000 times no. I have already promised my good fairy that I would become a good boy, and I want to keep my promise. And since I see that the sun is setting, right now I'll leave you and go. So, goodbye, and have a good trip. Where are you running in such a hurry? To home. My good fairy wants me to return before nightfall. Wait 2 more minutes. I'm late. Only 2 minutes. And if the fairy yells at me later, let her scream. When he has shouted to his heart's content, he will shut up, said that rogue Mecha. And how do you do it? Are you going alone or accompanied? Only, let's go more than 100 children. And do they make the journey on foot? Soon the car that will pick us up to take us to that most fortunate country will pass through here. What I would give for the car to pass now. Why? To see them all leave together. Wait a little longer and you'll see. No. No. I want to go home. Wait another 2 minutes. I'm already too late. The fairy will be worried about me. Poor fairy. Are you afraid of being eaten by bats? But tell me, added Pinocchio, are you really sure that there are no schools in that country? Not a trace of them. And neither teachers? Not even one. And there is no obligation to study ever? Never. 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 What a beautiful country, said Pinocchio, feeling his mouth water. What a beautiful country. I've never been, but I can imagine. ... Why don't you come too? It's useless to tempt me. I have already promised my good fairy to become a sensible child and I do not want to break my word. Goodbye, then, and regards to the schools. And also to the institutes, if you see them along the way. Goodbye, Wick. Have a safe trip, have fun and remember your friends sometime." Saying this, the doll took 2 steps to leave. But then, stopping and turning to his friend, he asked her, "Are you quite sure that in that country the weeks are made up of 6 Thursdays and 1 Sunday? Do you know for sure that the holidays start on the 1st of January and end on the last of December?" "Doubtless. What a beautiful country," repeated Pinocchio, spitting as a consolation. Then, with a determined spirit, he added hastily, "Well, goodbye indeed, and good trip." "Bye-bye. When are they leaving?" "Shortly." Pity. If the game was only an hour away, he would almost be able to wait. "And the ferry?" "Overall, I'm already late. It doesn't matter if I go home an hour earlier or later." Poor Pinocchio. What if the fairy yells at you? Patience. I'll let her scream. When she has screamed at ease, she will shut up. Meanwhile she had already gotten dark, and closed. Suddenly they saw a little light moving in the distance. And they heard a sound of rattles and a trumpet blast, so small and muffled that it seemed like the buzzing of a mosquito. "There is," Mecha yelled, getting to her feet. "Who?" asked Pinocchio in a low voice. "The car that comes to pick me up." "So, do you want to come? Yes or no? But is it absolutely certain," asked the doll, "that in this country children never have the obligation to study?" "Never, never, never. What a beautiful country! What a beautiful country! What a beautiful country!" 31 After 5 months of good life, Pinocchio, with great astonishment, feels that he sprouts a nice pair of donkey ears and becomes a donkey, tail and all. At last the car arrived, and it arrived without making the slightest noise, since its wheels were covered with tow and rags. It was pulled by 12 pairs of donkeys, all the same size but with different coats. Some were grey, some white, some mottled grey, and some striped with great yellow and blue stripes. But the most singular thing was this: those 12 pairs, that is, the 24 donkeys, instead of being shod like all draft or pack animals, wore men's white leather boots on their feet. And the driver of the cart? Imagine a little man wider than he is long, tender and unctuous as a ball of butter, with an apple face and a small mouth that is always smiling and a subtle and caressing voice, like that of a cat, that entrusts itself to the good heart of the housewife. All the boys, as soon as they saw him, were delighted and competed with each other to get on his cart, to be taken by him to that real cage known on the map by the seductive name of Toy Country. Indeed, the car was already full of children between 8 and 12 years old, piled one on top of the other like pickled sardines. They were uncomfortable, tight, almost unable to breathe, but no one said, "Ouch," no one wailed. The consolation of knowing that in a few hours they would arrive in a country where there were no books, no schools, no teachers, made them so happy and resigned that they did not feel the discomfort, nor the squeezing, nor the hunger, nor the thirst, nor the sleepiness. As soon as the cart stopped, the little man turned to Mecha and with 1,000 gestures and grimaces asked him, smiling, "Tell me, dear child, do you also want to come to this fortunate country?" "Of course I want to go. I warn you, dear, that there is no more room in the car. As you can see, it's full." "Patience," Mecha replied. "If there's no room inside, I'll resign myself to sitting on the rails of the cart." And, leaping, he straddled the poles. "And you, darling," said the little man, turning flatteringly to Pinocchio, "What are you going to do? Are you coming with us? Or are you staying?" "I'm staying," replied Pinocchio. "I want to go home. I want to study and show off at school, like all good kids do." "Enjoy it, Pinocchio," said Mecha then. "Trust me. Come with us and we'll have a good time." "No, no and no. Come with us and we'll have a good time," 100 voices shouted in chorus from inside the car. "And if I go with you, what will my good fairy say?" said the doll, which was beginning to soften and change its mind. "Don't worry your head about those problems. Think that we are going to a country where we will be very masters of making a fuss from morning to night." Pinocchio did not answer, but sighed. Then he heaved another sigh, then a third sigh. At last he said, "Make me a place. I'm going too." "The seats are taken," replied the little man, "but to show you how much we love you, I can give you my place on the box. And you, I'll make the way on foot." "No. Really, I can't allow it. I'd rather get on the back of one of those donkeys," cried Pinocchio. No sooner said than done. He approached the right donkey of the first couple and made as if to mount it, but the animal, turning sharply, gave him a great blow to the stomach with its muzzle, and tossed him upside down. Imagine the loud and impertinent laughter of all the children who witnessed the scene. But the little man did not laugh. He affectionately approached the rebellious donkey and, pretending to kiss it, bit off half of its right ear. Meanwhile Pinocchio, getting up furious from the ground, gave a good leap and fell on the back of the poor animal. The jump was so beautiful that the children, ceasing to laugh, began to shout, "Long live Pinocchio," at the same time that they broke into an endless round of applause. At that moment the donkey suddenly raised its two hind legs and, with a violent caper, flung the poor doll onto a pile of gravel in the middle of the road. Laughter breaks out again, but the little man, instead of laughing, felt so much love for that restless little donkey that, with a kiss, he ripped off half of its other ear cleanly. Then he said to the doll, "Ride again and don't be afraid. That donkey had a cricket on its head, but I have whispered a few words in his ear and I hope he will become meek and reasonable." Pinocchio mounted and the cart began to move, but while the donkeys galloped and the cart ran over the pebbles of the main road, the doll thought it heard a weak and barely intelligible voice, which said, "Poor fool, you've wanted to do things your way, but you'll regret it." Pinocchio, almost frightened, looked to the right and left to find out where those words were coming from, but he saw no one. The donkeys were galloping, the car ran, the children slept inside the car. Mecha snored like a dormouse and the little man, sitting on the box, hummed under his breath, "Everyone sleeps at night, I never sleep." After half a kilometer, Pinocchio heard the usual weak voice, which said, "Put it in the head, fool." Children who stop studying and turn their backs on books, schools and teachers, to dedicate themselves entirely to games and amusements, can only have a bad end. I know from experience. And I can tell you, the day will come when you too will cry, as I cry today. But then it will be too late. Donkey by the snout. Imagine how he was when he noticed that his donkey was crying. And he was crying just like a child. "Hey, Mr. Little Man," then cried Pinocchio to the owner of the cart. "Do you know what happens? This donkey cries. Let him cry. He will have time to laugh." "Did you also teach him to speak?" "No. He taught himself to mumble a few words, because for 3 years he was with a company of trained dogs. Poor animal. Come on, said the little man. Let's not waste time watching a donkey cry. Get on a horse and let's continue. The night is cool, and the road is long. Pinocchio obeyed without question. The cart resumed its run, and in the morning, at dawn, they came to the land of toys. This country was unlike any other country in the world. Its population was made up exclusively of children. The oldest were 14, the youngest barely 8. In the streets there was a joy, a noise and a shouting to go crazy. Bands of kids everywhere. Some played dice, others shuffleboard, others ball, some rode on velocipedes and others on wooden horses, some played blind man's buff, others hide and seek, others dressed as clowns, ate burning tow. Some recited, others sang, others did somersaults, others walked with their hands on the ground and their legs in the air, some rolled the hoop, others walked around dressed as generals with a paper cap and a cardboard saber. They laughed, squealed, called, applauded, whistled, imitated the cackling of a hen when it lays an egg. In short, a true pandemonium, a merriment, a devilish uproar, enough to put cotton wool in your ears, on pain of going deaf. In all the squares you could see little canvas theaters, crowded with children from morning to night, and on all the walls of the houses you could read charcoal inscriptions of things as picturesque as these. Long live the toys. Instead of toys, we don't want more schools. Instead of we don't want more schools, down with l'arithmetica. Instead of arithmetic, and other similar wonders. Pinocchio, Mecca, and all the other children who had made the journey with the little man, as soon as they set foot in the city they entered into that hubbub, and in a few minutes, as you can imagine, they became friends with everyone. Is there more happiness? In the midst of so much revelry and such varied entertainment, the hours, days, and weeks passed like lightning. Oh, what a beautiful life! Pinocchio said every time, by chance, he bumped into Mecca. See how I was right, replied the latter, and to think that you didn't want to come. And to say that you had taken it into your head to return to your fairy's house to waste time studying. You have to agree that if today you see yourself free from the hassle of books and schools, you owe it to me, to my advice, to my instances. Only true friends know how to do these great favors. It's true, Wick. If today I am a truly happy child, I owe it to you. Do you know what the teacher said, instead, talking about you? He always told me, don't hang out with that rogue Mecca, because Mecca is a bad companion and he can only advise you badly. Poor teacher, replied the other, shaking his head. I know very well that he had it in for me and that he took pleasure in slandering me, but I am generous and I forgive him. Big soul, said Pinocchio, affectionately embracing his friend and kissing her between the eyes. This good life of playing and having fun all day long, without throwing a book or a school in his face, had been going on for 5 months, when one morning Pinocchio woke up to an unpleasant surprise that filled him with a bad mood. 32 Pinocchio grows donkey ears and then turns into a real donkey and begins to bray. What was this surprise? I will tell you, my dear little readers. The surprise was that Pinocchio, waking up, naturally thought of scratching his head, and scratching his head he noticed. Guess what he noticed? He noticed with great astonishment that his ears had grown more than a span. You know that the doll, from its birth, had tiny ears, so small that they could not even be seen with the naked eye. Imagine, then, how he was when he noticed that his ears had grown so long during the night that they looked like two brushes. He immediately went to look for a mirror, to be able to see himself, but not finding a mirror, he filled the wash basin with water and, looking inside, he saw what he had never wanted to see. That is, he saw the image of himself embellished by a magnificent pair of donkey ears. I let you imagine the pain, shame and despair of poor Pinocchio. He started crying, screaming, hitting his head against the walls, but the more he despaired, the more his ears grew longer and became hairy at the tip. At the noise of those shrill cries, a beautiful marmotilla who lived on the upper floor entered the room. Seeing the doll with such a raving, she asked him hastily, "What do you have, dear neighbor?" "I am sick, my marmotilla, very sick, and sick with a disease that frightens me." "Do you understand anything about pulses?" "A bit. Look to see if by chance he had a fever." The marmotilla raised her right paw and after having felt Pinocchio's pulse, she told him with a sigh, "My friend, I'm sorry to have to give you bad news." "What is it?" "You have a bad fever." "What fever is that?" "It's donkey fever." "I don't understand those fevers," the doll answered, which unfortunately he had understood. "Then I'll explain it to you," added the marmotilla. "You must know that within 2 or 3 hours you will no longer be a doll, nor a child." "And what will I be?" "Within 2 or 3 hours you will become a real donkey, like those who pull the cart and take the cabbages and lettuce to the market." "Oh, poor me, cried Pinocchio, seizing both ears with his hands and pulling and stretching them furiously, as if they were someone else's ears. "My dear," replied the marmotilla, to console him, "what are you going to do to him? It is your destiny. It is written in the decrees of wisdom that all lazy children who, bored with books, schools and teachers, spend their days in games and amusements, sooner or later end up turning into little donkeys." "But does that really happen?" asked the doll sobbing. "Unfortunately it is so, and now it is useless to cry. You had to think about it before. But the fault is not mine. The fault, believe me, marmotilla, is Mecca's." "And who is this Mecca?" "A classmate from school. I wanted to go home, I wanted to be obedient, I wanted to continue studying and getting good grades. But Mecca told me, 'Why do you want to get bored studying? Why do you want to go to school? Come with me to the land of toys. There we will not study anymore, there we will have fun from morning to night and we will always be happy.' And why did you follow the advice of that false friend, of that bad companion? Because, my marmotilla, I am a puppet without judgment. And without a heart. Oh, if I'd had an ounce of heart I wouldn't have left the good fairy, who loved me like a mother and had done so much for me. And by now I shouldn't be a doll anymore. But a sane boy, as there are so many. Oh, but if I find that Mecca, woe to him. I'm going to tell you about all the colors." And he made a move to leave. But when he was at the door he remembered that he had donkey ears and, ashamed to show them in public, what did he make up? He took a large cotton cap and, putting it on his head, pulled it down to the end of his nose. Then he went out and searched everywhere for Mecca. He looked for him in the streets, in the squares, in the theaters, in all places, but he did not find it. He asked everyone he met on the street for him, but no one had seen him. So, he went to look for him at his house. Arrived before the door, he knocked. "Who is he?" Wick asked from inside. "It's me," the doll answered. Wait a bit and I'll open it for you. Half an hour later the door opened. Imagine how Pinocchio was when, upon entering the room, he saw his friend Wick with a large cotton cap on her head that reached down to her nose. At the sight of that Pinocchio cap he almost felt comforted and thought to himself, could my friend be ill with the same illness? Could he have caught donkey fever too? Pretending not to have noticed anything, he asked her, smiling, "How are you, dear Mecca?" "Perfectly. Like a mouse in a Parmesan cheese." "Are you serious? Why would he tell you a lie?" "Forgive me, friend. So why do you wear that cotton cap on your head that covers your ears?" "The doctor recommended it to me, because I hurt my knee." "And you, dear doll, why do you wear that cotton cap pulled down over your nose?" "The doctor recommended it to me, because I skinned my foot." "Oh, poor Pinocchio. Oh, poor Wick." After these words there was a very long silence, during which the two friends did nothing but look at each other in a dodgy way. Finally the doll, with a mellifluous and flute-like voice, said to his comrade, "Take me out of a doubt, my dear Mecca. Have you had any disease in your ears?" "Never." "And you?" "Never. But since this morning I have an ear that makes me suffer a lot." "The same happens to me." "You too? And which ear hurts?" "Both." "And you?" "Both." "Is it the same disease?" "I'm afraid so. Would you like to do me a favor, Mecca?" "Delighted. From all my heart." "Will you let me see your ears?" "Why not? But first I want to see yours, dear Pinocchio." "No. You must be the first." "Very clever. First you and then me." "Well," said the doll then, "let's make a pact of good friendship." "Let's hear the pact." "Let's both take off our hats at the same time. Do you accept?" "I agree." "Ready then." And Pinocchio began to count aloud. 1, 2, 3. At the word, 3, the two boys grabbed their hats and tossed them into the air. And then a scene occurred that would seem incredible, had it not been true. It happened that Pinocchio and Mecca, when they were both afflicted by the same misfortune, instead of feeling mortified and pained, began to shake their inordinately large ears and, after making 1,000 faces, ended with a loud laugh. And they laughed, laughed, laughed until they couldn't, but, at the height of their laughter, Mecca stopped suddenly and, staggering and changing color, she said to her friend, "Help, Pinocchio. Help. What's the matter? Oh my, I can't keep myself upright on my legs." "Neither can I," cried Pinocchio, weeping and reeling. And as they said so they bent down on all fours and, walking on their hands and feet, began to turn and run about the room. And as they ran, their arms turned into legs, their faces elongated into snouts, and their backs were covered in light gray fur, flecked with black. But, do you know what was the worst moment for those two unfortunates? The worst moment, and the most humiliating, was when they felt that their tails were beginning to sprout from behind. Overwhelmed then by shame and pain, they tried to cry and lament their fate. They never would have. Instead of groans and wails, donkey brays came out, and, braying loudly, they both did in chorus, "Aye, aye, aye." Then there was a knock at the door and a voice said from outside, "Open up. I am the little man. I am the driver of the car that brought you to this country. Open immediately, or woe to you." 33 turned into a real donkey and put up for sale. It is bought by the director of a clown company, to teach him to dance and jump through hoops, but one night He becomes lame and then someone else buys him, to make a drum with his skin. Seeing that the door would not open, the little man gave it a very violent kick. As soon as he entered the room, he said to Pinocchio and Wick, with his usual little laugh, "Good boys. They have brayed so well that I recognized them immediately by their voices. And here I am." At these words, the two donkeys were very grumpy, with their heads bowed, their ears down, and their tails between their legs. Before everything, the little man smoothed them, caressed them, felt them. Then, taking out a comb, he began to comb them very well. When he, by dint of combing them, made them shine like mirrors, he put the head on them and took them to the marketplace, hoping to sell them and pocket a good profit. Indeed, buyers did not wait. Mecca was bought by a peasant, whose donkey had died the day before, and Pinocchio was sold to the director of a company of clowns and mountebanks, who bought him to train him and then make him jump and dance with the other animals of the company. Have you understood, my little readers, what is the job of that little man? That horrible monster, whose appearance was all honeys, went from time to time with a cart to run around the world, along the way he collected with promises and flattery all the lazy children who were bored with books and school, and after having loaded them in his car, he would take them to the land of toys so that they could spend all their time among games, merriment and entertainment. Later, when those poor fools, by dint of always playing and never studying, turned into donkeys, then he, very happy, would seize them and take them to sell at fairs and markets. And sir, in a few years he had made a lot of money and had become a millionaire. What happened with Mecca I don't know. What I do know is that Pinocchio led, from the first days, a very hard and pitiful life. When they led him to the stable, the new master filled his manger with straw, but Pinocchio, having tasted a morsel, spat it out. Then the master, grunting, filled the manger with hay, but he didn't like the hay either. "Oh, you don't like hay either?" the master shouted angrily. "Wait a bit, little donkey, if you have whims I'll take care of taking 'em away." And, by way of correction, he whipped her legs. Pinocchio began to cry and bray in pain and, braying, said, "I can't digest the straw." "Then eat the hay," replied the master, who perfectly understood the donkey dialect. Hay makes my stomach ache. Are you trying to keep a donkey like you on chicken breasts and capon jelly?" added the master, growing angrier and giving him a second lash. At this second lash, Pinocchio, out of prudence, immediately fell silent and said nothing more. Then they closed the stable and Pinocchio was left alone. And since he had not eaten for many hours, he began to yawn with appetite. And when he yawned, he opened a mouth that looked like an oven. Finally, finding nothing else in the manger, he resigned himself to chewing a little hay, and having chewed it well, he closed his eyes and swallowed it. "This hay isn't so bad," he said to himself, "but it would have been better to continue studying. At this time, instead of hay, I could eat a piece of soft bread and a good portion of sausage." Patience. The next morning, when he woke up, he looked immediately in the manger for another bit of hay, but he did not find it, for he had eaten it all in the night. Then he took a mouthful of crushed straw, but while he chewed it he noticed that the taste of the crushed straw was nothing like Milanese rice or Neapolitan macaroni. Patience. He repeated, while he continued chewing. "At least, that my misfortune can serve as a lesson to all the disobedient children who don't feel like studying. Patience. 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 A horn, yelled the master, rushing into the stable. Do you think, little donkey, that I have bought you only to give you food and drink? I have bought you so that you can work and give me many pennies to earn. So up, let's go. Come with me to the circus and there I will teach you to jump through hoops, to break barrels of paper with your head, and to dance the waltz and polka on your hind legs. Poor Pinocchio, willingly or by force, had to learn all these things, but, to learn them, he needed 3 months of lessons and many lashes. At last the day came when his master was able to announce a truly extraordinary spectacle. The posters of different colors, stuck on the corners of the streets, read as follows: Great gala show tonight. The usual jumping and surprising exercises will take place performed by the artists and all the horses of both sexes of the company, and will also be presented for the first time the famous donkey Pinocchio called the star of the dance. The theater will be splendidly lit that night, as you can imagine, the theater was full to the brim before the show began. There was not an armchair, not a preferred seat, not a box, even if it was paid for by weight of gold. The stands of the circus were swarming with boys, girls and boys of all ages, feverish with the desire to see the famous Pinocchio donkey dance. At the end of the first part of the show, the director of the company, dressed in a black frock coat, white breeches and knee-high leather boots, appeared before the huge audience and, bowing deeply, solemnly recited the following crazy speech. Respectable public, gentlemen and ladies. As the humble person who subscribes to this was passing through this illustrious metropolitan, I wanted to procreate myself the honor as well as the pleasure of presenting to this intelligent and conspicuous audience a famous little donkey, who already had the honor of dancing in the presence of His Majesty the Emperor of all the main courts of Europe. And thanking you, help us with your encouraging presence and excuse us. This speech was greeted with much laughter and much applause, but the applause redoubled and became a kind of hurricane when Pinocchio the donkey appeared in the center of the circus. He was decked out for a party. He had a new bridle of shiny leather, with brass buckles and studs, 2 white camellias in his ears, his mane divided into many curls tied with red silk bows, a great gold and silver sash across his chest, and his tail it was braided with braids of amaranth and light blue velvet. In short, he was a lovable donkey. The director, presenting it to the public, added these words: My respectable auditors, I am not going to tell you lies about the great difficulties I overcame to understand and subjugate this mammal, while it freely grazed from mountain to mountain on the plains of the torrid zone. Observe how much savagery exudes from his eyes, that is to say, that all means of taming him to the life of civil quadrupeds having proved vain, I have had to resort more than once to the affable dialect of the whip. But each kindness of mine, instead of endearing me to him, has harmed his soul more. But I, following the Welsh system, found in his skull a small bone Carthage that the Paris medical faculty itself recognizes as the regenerative bulb of hair and of the Pyrrhic dance. And that's why I wanted to train him in dancing, as well as in the relative jumps with hoops and paper-lined barrels. Admire it and then judge it. But before saying goodbye to you, allow me, gentlemen, to invite you to the daytime show tomorrow night, and in the apotheosis that the rainy weather threatened rain. Then the spectacle, instead of tomorrow night, will be brought forward to tomorrow morning, at 11 hours before noon." And here the director made another very deep bow, and then, turning to Pinocchio, he said, "Cheer up, Pinocchio. Before beginning your exercises, greet the respectable public, gentlemen, ladies, and children." Pinocchio obediently bent his front knees to the ground and remained on his knees until the director, cracking his whip, shouted at him, "En paso." Then the donkey rose on all fours and began to circle the circus, always walking in step. Shortly after, the director shouted, "Trot," and Pinocchio, obedient to the order, changed his pace to a trot. Galloping, and Pinocchio began to gallop. To the race, and Pinocchio began a swift race. As he ran like a madman, the director, raising his arm, fired a shot into the air. Upon hearing the shot, the donkey, pretending to be wounded, fell flat in the circus, as if he were really dying. As she rose from the ground, to a volley of applause and shrieks reaching to the heavens, it occurred to her to lift her head and look up, and looking up, she saw in a box a beautiful lady carrying around the neck a large gold necklace, from which hung a medallion. On the medallion was painted the portrait of a doll. "That is my portrait. That lady is the fairy," thought Pinocchio, recognizing her at once, and, letting himself be carried away by her joy, he tried to shout, "Oh, my little fairy! Oh, my fairy!" But, instead of these words, a bray came from his throat so loud and prolonged that he made all the spectators laugh, and especially all the children who were in the theater. Then the director, to teach him and to make him understand that it is not good manners to start braying in front of the public, gave him a blow on the nose with the handle of the whip. The poor donkey, sticking out a span of tongue, amused himself by licking his nose for a good 5 minutes of it, perhaps believing that he was relieving the pain he felt. But what was his despair when he, turning upward a second time, saw that the box was empty and that the fairy had disappeared. He felt himself die. His eyes filled with tears and he began to cry desperately. But no one noticed it, much less the director, who, cracking his whip, shouted, "Forward, Pinocchio! Show these gentlemen now how gracefully you know how to jump through hoops." Pinocchio tried 2 or 3 times, but whenever he got in front of the hoop, instead of going through it, he slipped comfortably under it. At last he leapt through it, but his hind legs caught badly in the air and he fell to the ground on the other side, like a bundle. When he got up, he was lame, and he barely made it back to the stable. "Let Pinocchio come out. We want the burrito. Let the burrito come out," the children from the stalls shouted, pitying and moved by the sad event. But the donkey was not seen any more that night. The next morning, the veterinarian, that is, the animal doctor, visited him and declared that he would be lame for the rest of his life. Then the director said to his stable boy, "What do you want me to do with a lame donkey?" "He would eat my bread for free. Take it to the plaza and resell it." Arriving at the square, they immediately found a buyer, who asked the stable boy, "How much do you want for this lame donkey?" 20 lira. "I'll give you 20 cents. Do not think that I buy it to use it. I only buy it for its skin. I see that his skin is very tough and I plan to make a drum with his skin for the music band of my town." I let you imagine, boys, the delight of poor Pinocchio when he heard that he was destined to become a drummer. The fact is that the buyer, as soon as he paid the 20 cents, took the donkey to a rock that was on the seashore. He put a stone around his neck, tied his leg to a rope which he held in his hand, gave him a sudden push and threw him into the water. Pinocchio, with that weight on his neck, soon sank to the bottom, and the buyer, with his rope well grasped in his hand, sat on the rock, waiting for the donkey to drown and then remove the skin. 34 Pinocchio, thrown into the sea, is eaten by fish and becomes a doll again, as before. But while swimming to save himself he is swallowed by the terrible shark. 50 minutes after the donkey was underwater, the buyer said to himself, talking to himself, "By now my poor lame donkey will be completely drowned. Let us remove it, then, and make that drum with its skin." And he began to pull on the rope with which he had tied one leg to it. "Throw that you will throw," finally saw appear on the surface of the water. Guess what? Instead of a dead donkey, he saw a live doll that wriggled like an eel appear on the surface of the water. Seeing that wooden doll, the poor man thought he was dreaming and was stunned, with his mouth open and his eyes out of their sockets. When he recovered a little from his first astonishment, he said, crying and stammering, "And where is the donkey I threw into the sea?" "That donkey is me," replied the doll, laughing. "You, oh, you scoundrel, are you trying to make fun of me?" "Make fun of you? None of that, dear master. I'm serious. How is it possible that you, who not long ago were a donkey, now, being in the water, have turned into a wooden doll? It will be the effect of the sea water. The sea plays those jokes. Careful, doll, careful. Don't think you're going to have fun at my expense. Woe to you. How I lose patience. Well, master, do you want to know the whole truth of the story? Let go of that leg and I'll tell you." That bungling buyer, intrigued to learn the true story, immediately loosened the knot of the rope that tied him, and then Pinocchio, finding himself free like a bird in the air, began to speak thus. "You must know that I was a wooden doll as I am now, although I was on the brink of becoming a child like one of so many out there in this world, but due to my lack of desire to study and to pay attention to bad company, I ran away from home, and one fine day, when I woke up, I found myself turned into an ass with my good ears, and my good tail. ... What a shame for me. A shame, dear master, that I beg blessed Saint Anthony not to make you experience." Offered for sale in the donkey market, the director bought me from a circus company, who got it into their head to make me a great dancer and a great hoop jumper. But one night, during the show, I had a bad fall in the theater and was left lame on both legs. Then the director, who did not know what to do with a lame donkey, ordered me to resell. And you have bought me. Clear. And I have paid 20 cents for you. Who now gives me back my poor 20 cents? And what did you buy me for? He bought me to make a drum out of my skin. A drum. Clear. And where do I find another skin now? Don't despair, master. There are so many donkeys in this world. Tell me, impertinent urchin, does your story end there? No, replied the doll, 2 more words, and I'm done. After having bought me, you brought me to this place to kill me. But later, yielding to a compassionate humanitarian feeling, he preferred to tie a stone around my neck and throw me to the bottom of the sea. This sentiment of delicacy honors you greatly, and I will always be grateful to you. But, dear master, you made your calculations without counting on the fairy. Who is that fairy? It's my mother, who is like all good mothers, who love their children very much and never let them out of their sight, and lovingly help them in all their misfortunes, even though the children, due to their misbehavior, deserve to leave them and let them fend for themselves. I was saying, then, that the good fairy, as soon as she saw me in danger of drowning, sent an enormous school of fish to my side, which, believing that I was a real dead donkey, began to eat me. And what mouthfuls they gave! She would never have believed that fish were more gluttonous than children. One ate my ears, another my snout, others my neck and mane, one the skin of my legs, another the skin of my back, and among them there was a little fish so friendly that he even deigned to eat my tail. From now on, the buyer assured, horrified, I swear never to taste fish meat again. I would not like to open a red mullet or fried hake and find a donkey's tail in its body. I think so, replied the doll, laughing. As for the rest, you must know that when the fish finished eating all that donkey bark that covered me from head to toe, they reached, as is natural, the bone. Or, rather, they reached the wood, because, as see, I am made of very hard wood. And after taking the first bites, those gluttonous fish immediately noticed that the wood was not a morsel for their teeth and, disgusted by that indigestible food, they each went their own way, without even turning around to thank me. And now it has been told how you, when you pulled the rope, found a live doll instead of a dead donkey. I laugh at your story, the buyer yelled, enraged. I only know that I spent 20 cents to buy you and I want my money back. Do you know what I'll do? I'll take you back to the market and resell you by weight, like dry wood to light the fire in the fireplace. Resell me, then, enchanted by me, said Pinocchio. But while he was saying this he took a good leap and fell into the middle of the water. Swimming merrily away from the beach, he called to the poor buyer, "Goodbye, master. If you need a skin to make a drum, remember me." And then he'd laugh and keep swimming. And after a while, turning back, he was yelling louder, "Goodbye, master. If you need some dry wood to light the fire, remember me." The fact is that in the twinkling of an eye he was so far away that you could hardly see him. That is to say, there was only a small black dot on the surface of the sea, which from time to time raised its legs and did capering and jumps out of the water, like a playful dolphin. While Pinocchio was swimming at random, he saw in the middle of the sea a rock that seemed to be made of white marble. On the top of the rock, a pretty goat bleated affectionately and beckoned for him to come closer. The most singular thing was this: the goat's hair, instead of being white, or black, or speckled with two colors, was blue, but of a brilliant blue color that was very reminiscent of the beautiful girl's hair. I let you imagine how poor Pinocchio's heart began to beat. Redoubling his strength and energy, he began to swim towards the white rock, and he was already halfway there when he came out of the water and was met by a hideous head of a sea monster, with its mouth wide open, like an abyss, and 3 rows of fangs that would have been frightening just to see them painted. Do you know who it was? That sea monster? That sea monster was neither more nor less than the gigantic shark, which has already been mentioned several times in this story, and which due to its ravages and insatiable voracity received the nickname, the Attila of fishes and fishermen. Imagine the horror of poor Pinocchio at the sight of the monster. He tried to dodge it, to change course. He tried to run away, but that huge open mouth continued to meet him with the speed of an arrow. "Hurry up, Pinocchio, for charity," cried the beautiful little goat, bleating. and Pinocchio swam desperately, with his arms, with his chest, with his legs and with his feet. "Run, Pinocchio, the monster is coming." And Pinocchio, gathering his strength, redoubled his run. "Watch out, Pinocchio. The monster is reaching for you. There it is. There it is. Please hurry up or you're lost." And Pinocchio swam faster than ever, forward, 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 as if it were a rifle bullet. And he was already close to the rock, and already the little goat, leaning over the sea, stretched out her front leg to help him out of the water. But it was late. The monster had reached him. The monster, absorbing the water, drank the poor doll as if he drank a chicken egg, and he swallowed it with such violence and greed that Pinocchio, falling into the shark's body, gave himself such a colossal blow that he was stunned for a quarter of an hour. When he came to from his daze, he couldn't even remember what world he was in. Around him there was, on all sides, a great darkness, a darkness so black and deep that it seemed to him as if he had entered from him, head into an inky squid. He was listening and did not hear any noise, only from time to time, he felt a puff of wind hit him in the face. At first he didn't know where that wind came from, but later he understood that it came from the lungs of the monster. Because you have to know that the shark suffered a lot from asthma, and when he breathed it seemed as if the north wind was blowing. Pinocchio, for the moment, managed to give himself a little courage, but when he had tried and verified that he was locked up in the body of the monster, he began to cry and scream, and said, crying, "Help! Help! Oh poor me! Is there no one to come save me?" "Who do you want to save you, wretch?" said a cracked little voice in the dark, like an out-of-tune guitar. "Who talks like that?" asked Pinocchio, feeling frozen with horror. "It's me. I am a poor tuna, swallowed by the shark at the same time as you." "And you? What fish are you?" "I have nothing to do with the fish. I am a doll." "Then, if you are not a fish, why have you let yourself be swallowed by the monster?" "It's not me who allowed myself to be swallowed up. He was the one who gobbled me up." "And now, what can we do?" "Here, in this darkness, resign ourselves and wait until the shark has digested us both." "But I don't want to be digested," cried Pinocchio, crying again. "I don't want to be digested either," added the tuna, "but I'm a bit of a philosopher and I console myself thinking that, when one is born tuna, it's more dignified to die in water than in oil." "Nonsense!" cried Pinocchio. "It's just an opinion," said the tuna, "and your opinions, as the political tunas say, must be respected. In short, I want to get out of here. I want to run away." "Run away, if you can. Is this shark that has swallowed us very big?" asked the doll. "Imagine that his body is more than a kilometer long, not counting the tail." While they were having this conversation in the dark, Pinocchio thought he saw a kind of light in the distance. "What is that little light over there, in the distance?" said Pinocchio. "It must be some companion in fatigues, waiting, like us, for the moment to be digested. I'm going to meet him. Could he not be an old fish, capable of teaching me the way to escape? I wish you with all my heart, dear doll. Bye, tuna. Bye, doll. And good luck. Where will we see each other again? Who knows? It's better not to think about it." 35 Pinocchio finds inside the shark. Who does he find? Read this chapter and you will know. As soon as Pinocchio had said goodbye to his good friend the tuna, he moved staggering in the dark and began to grope his way through the body of the shark, heading step by step towards that small light that he suspected there in the distance. As he walked, he felt that his feet were splashing in a pool of slippery, greasy water, and that water had such an intense smell of fried fish that it seemed to him to be in the middle of Lent. The further he went, the brighter and more perceptible the light became, until, come on, you will finally arrive. And when he arrived, what did he find? They wouldn't guess it even if they tried it 1,000 times. He found a table set up, with a lighted candle inside a green glass bottle, and, sitting at the table, a very white old man, as if he were made of snow or whipped cream, who there he was chewing on some live little fish, but so alive that sometimes while he ate them they escaped from his mouth. At the sight of him, poor Pinocchio was overjoyed, so great and so unexpected that he almost became delirious. He wanted to laugh, he wanted to cry, he wanted to say a lot of things, and instead he mumbled confusedly and stammered nonsense words and phrases. Finally he managed to utter a cry of joy, and opening his arms wide and throwing himself at the neck of the old man, he began to shout, "Oh, Daddy, I finally find it. I will never leave him again. Never, never again. Don't my eyes deceive me?" replied the old man, rubbing his eyes. "Are you really my dear Pinocchio?" "Yes, yes, it's me, the same one. And you have already forgiven me, haven't you? Oh, Daddy, how good it is. And to think that I, on the other hand. Oh, if you only knew how many misfortunes have rained down on my head and how many things have gone wrong for me. Imagine that the day you, poor Daddy, selling my jacket bought me the syllabary to go to school. I ran away to see the puppets, and the puppeteer wanted to throw me into the fire so that I could cook the roast lamb, and then he went who gave me 5 gold pieces to take away with you. But I found the fox and the cat, who took me to the Inn of the Red Shrimp where they ate like wolves, and when I left alone at night I found the murderers who began to run after me, and I in front, and they always behind, and I in front, and they always behind, and I in front, until they hanged me from a branch of the great oak, from where the beautiful girl with blue hair led me. He had me picked up with a carriage, and the doctors, when they visited me, immediately said, if he's not dead, it's a sign that he's alive, and then I told a lie and my nose began to grow and I wouldn't go through the door room, which is why I went with the fox and the cat to bury the 4 gold coins, because I had spent one at the inn, and the parrot laughed, and vice versa. I found nothing of 2,000 coins. Which the judge, when he found out that I had been robbed, made me immediately put in prison, to give satisfaction to the thieves, from where, upon leaving, I saw a beautiful bunch of grapes in a field, which I remained imprisoned in the stocks, and the peasant by hook or by crook put the dog collar on me so that I could guard the chicken coop, which recognized my innocence and let me go, and the snake, with its smoking tail, began to laugh and a vein in its chest burst, and so I returned to the house of the beautiful girl, who had died, and the pigeon, seeing that I was crying, said to me, I have seen your father make a little boat to go look for you, and I said to him, oh, if I had wings too, and he said to me, do you want to go with your father? And I said, I wish. But who's taking me? And he said, I'll take you. And I said, how? And he said, get on my back. And so we flew all night, and later, in the morning, all the fishermen who looked towards the sea told me, there is a poor man in a little boat about to drown, and I recognized him from a distance immediately, because my heart told me so, and I asked him signs that I returned to the beach. I also recognized you, said Geppetto, and I would have returned to the beach willingly. But how? The sea was choppy and a rough wave overturned the small boat. Then a horrible shark that was nearby. As soon as he saw me in the water, he ran towards me and sticking out his tongue, he just caught me and swallowed me like a noodle. How long has he been locked up in here? Asked Pinocchio. From that day, it will be 2 years. 2 years, my Pinocchio, which have seemed to me 2 centuries. And how have you managed to live? And where did you find the candle? And who gave you the matches to light it? Now I'll tell you everything. You must know that the same storm that capsized my small boat also capsized a merchant ship. The sailors were all saved, but the ship sank and the shark, who had a magnificent appetite that day, also swallowed the ship after swallowing me. How? He swallowed it in one bite? Asked Pinocchio, astonished. All in one bite, and he only spat out the mainmast, because it had stuck between his teeth, like a thorn. Fortunately, the ship was loaded with meat preserved in tin boxes, biscuits, that is, dry bread, bottles of wine, raisins, cheese, coffee, sugar, stearine candles, and boxes of matches. Wax. With all this abundance I was able to live for 2 years, but today we are in the last. There is nothing left in the pantry, and this candle, which you see burning, is the last candle I have left. And then, afterward, my dear, we were both left in the dark. Then, Daddy, said Pinocchio, there is no time to waste. You have to think about fleeing immediately. Fleeing? And how? Escaping through the shark's mouth and swimming into the sea. Not bad, but I, dear Pinocchio, don't know how to swim. Does matters? You will straddle my shoulders and I, being a good swimmer, will carry you safely to the beach. Illusions, boy, Geppetto replied, shaking his head and smiling wistfully. Do you think it's possible that a doll that's barely 3 feet tall, like you, could be strong enough to swim on my shoulders? Try it and you'll see. In any case, if it is written in heaven that we must die, at least we will have the consolation of dying embraced. And without saying more, Pinocchio took the candle in his hand and, walking ahead to give it a good light, said to his father, "Come after me and don't be afraid." They walked like this for a long time, and they crossed the entire body and the entire stomach of the shark. But when they reached the point where the great gorge of the monster began, they thought it opportune to stop and take a look, and choose the right moment for their flight. You have to know that the shark, who was very old and suffered from asthma and palpitations, was forced to sleep with his mouth open. Therefore, Pinocchio, leaning out at the beginning of the gorge and looking up, could see outside that enormous open mouth a good piece of starry sky and a beautiful moon. "This is the time to escape," he hissed. Then he, turning to his father, "The shark sleeps like a dormouse, the sea is calm and it looks as if it were day. Come on, Daddy, come after me and in a little while we'll be saved." No sooner said than done. They climbed up the sea monster's throat and, having reached the immense mouth, began to tiptoe along the tongue. A tongue so wide and so long that it looked like the avenue of a garden. They were about to take the great leap and throw themselves into the sea, when suddenly the shark sneezed, and as he sneezed he gave such a violent jolt that Pinocchio and Geppetto found themselves thrown back into the monster's stomach. With the great crash of the fall, the candle was extinguished, and father and son were left in the dark. "And now?" asked Pinocchio, becoming very serious. Now, boy, we are completely lost. Lost. Because, give me your hand, Daddy, and be careful not to stumble. Where are you taking me? We have to try to escape again. Come with me and don't be afraid. Having said this, Pinocchio took his father by the hand, and always walking on tiptoes they went back up the monster's throat together. Then they passed through the entire tongue and crossed the 3 rows of teeth. But before taking the big leap, the doll said to his father, "Climb astride my shoulders and hug me very tight. I'll take care of the rest." As soon as Geppetto was comfortable on the shoulders of his son, Pinocchio, very sure of himself, jumped into the water and began to swim. The sea was as calm as oil, the moon shone in all its splendor, and the shark continued to sleep in such a sound sleep that not even a cannon shot would have woken him. 36 At last Pinocchio ceases to be a doll and becomes a boy. As Pinocchio swam quickly to reach the beach, he noticed that his father, whom he was carrying on his shoulders and whose legs were half in the water, was trembling horribly, as if the poor man had tertians. Was he trembling with cold or with fear? Who knows? Maybe a bit of everything. But Pinocchio, believing that the tremor was from fear, said to him to settle it, "Cheer up, Dad. In a few minutes we will reach land and we will be saved." "But where is that blessed beach?" asked the old man, getting more and more restless and straining his eyes, as good tailors do when they thread the needle. "I look everywhere and I see nothing but sky and sea." "But I see the beach," said the doll. "Just so you know, I'm like cats. I see better at night than during the day." Poor Pinocchio pretended to be in a good mood, but, instead, he was beginning to lose heart. He lacked strength. His breathing became difficult and labored. In short, he couldn't take it anymore, and the beach was still far away. He swam as long as he had breath left. Then he turned his head towards Geppetto and said, with broken words, "Dad, help me. I'm dying." Father and son were about to drown when they heard an out-of-tune guitar voice say, "Who's dying?" "It's me and my poor father. I recognize that voice. You are Pinocchio." "Exactly. And you?" "I am the tuna, your fellow prisoner in the body of the shark." "How did you manage to escape?" "I have imitated your example. You showed me the way and after you, I ran away too." "My tuna, you are very on time. I beg you for the love you have for your little tuna, help us or we are lost." "Delighted and with all my heart. Hold on to my tail, both of you, and let me guide you. In 4 minutes I will take you to the shore." Geppetto and Pinocchio, as you can imagine, immediately accepted the invitation, but instead of holding onto the tail, they thought it more comfortable to sit on the tuna's rump. "Are we too heavy?" asked Pinocchio. "Heavy? Not dream it. It seems to me that I have 2 shells on me," answered the tuna, who was so big and robust that he looked like a 2-year-old calf. Arrived at the shore, Pinocchio jumped first ashore to help his father to do the same. Then he turned to the tuna and said, in a moved voice, "My friend, you have saved my father. I have no words to thank you enough. Allow me, at least, to give you a kiss as a sign of eternal recognition." The tuna raised his snout out of the water and Pinocchio, kneeling on the ground, gave him an affectionate kiss on the mouth. At this flash of lively and spontaneous tenderness, poor tuna, who was not used to it, was so moved that, ashamed of being seen crying like a child, he stuck his head under the water and disappeared. Meanwhile he had made day. Pinocchio then, offering his arm to Geppetto, who barely had enough breath to stand up, said to him, "Lean on my arm, dear daddy, and let's go. We will walk slowly like ants, and when we are tired, we will stop along the way." "And where are we going to go?" Geppetto asked. "In search of a house or a cabin where they give us, for charity, a mouthful of bread and some straw to serve as a bed." They had not yet gone 100 steps when they saw, sitting on the edge of the road, 2 deformed beings who were begging for alms. They were the cat and the fox, but no one recognized them. Imagine that the cat, by dint of pretending to be blind, had ended up truly blinding, and the fox, aged, reddish and hairless on part of her body, did not even have a tail. So are the things. That poor little thief, fallen into the most sordid misery, was forced one fine day to sell her beautiful tail to a traveling merchant, who bought it from her to make a fly swatter. "Oh, Pinocchio," cried the fox with a mournful voice. "Have charity with these 2 poor sick people." "Sick," repeated the cat. "Goodbye, masks," the doll replied. "They have deceived me once, but now they will not deceive me. Believe us, Pinocchio, that today we are truly poor and wretched." "Really?" repeated the cat. "If they are poor, they deserve it. Remember the proverb that says, 'Stolen money never bears fruit.' Goodbye, masks. Have pity on us. On us. Goodbye, little masks. Remember the proverb that says, 'The pitcher goes so much to the fountain that it finally breaks.' Don't abandon us, ones," repeated the cat. "Goodbye, masks. Remember the proverb that says, 'Whoever steals his neighbor's coat usually dies shirtless.'" And Pinocchio and Geppetto quietly went on their way, until, 100 paces later, they saw at the end of a path in the middle of the fields, a pretty thatched cottage, with a roof covered with tiles and bricks. "Someone must live in that cabin," said Pinocchio. "Let's go to her and call." Indeed, they went and knocked on the door. "Who is it?" said a small voice from inside. "We are a poor father and a poor son, without bread and without a roof," answered the doll. "Turn the key and the door will open," said the little voice. Pinocchio turned the key and the door opened. When they entered, they looked everywhere, but saw no one. "Hey, where is the owner of the cabin?" said Pinocchio in astonishment. "Up here." Father and son turned towards the ceiling and saw, on a beam, the talking cricket. "My dear cricket," said Pinocchio, greeting him very kindly. "You call me your darling cricket, now, don't you? But do you remember when, to kick me out of your house, you threw a wooden mallet at me?" "You're right, Grillito. Throw me a wooden mallet too, but have pity on my poor father." "I will have pity on the father and also on the son. But I wanted to remind you of the bad treatment you gave me, to teach you that in this world, when you can, you have to be courteous to everyone. If we want him to return that courtesy to us the day we need it." "You're right, Grillito. You're more than right, and I'll never forget the lesson you've taught me. But tell me, how did you buy this beautiful cabin?" "This cabin was given to me yesterday by a funny goat, whose wool was a beautiful blue color." "And where has the goat gone?" asked Pinocchio with lively curiosity. "Don't know. And when will he return?" "He will never return. Yesterday she left very distressed and seemed to say, bleating, 'Poor Pinocchio. I won't see him again. By now the shark will have devoured him.'" "Did he say that?" "So it was her It was her. It was my dear little fairy. Pinocchio began to shout, sobbing and crying his eyes out. When he had wept a great deal, he wiped his eyes and prepared a bed of straw for old Geppetto to lie on. Then she asked the talking cricket, "Tell me, cricket, where could I find a glass of milk for my poor father? 3 fields from here lives the gardener Wanjo, who has cows. Go there and you will find the milk you are looking for." Pinocchio ran towards the house of the gardener Wanjo. But the gardener said to him, "How much milk do you want?" "I want a full glass." "A glass of milk costs a penny. Start by giving it to me." "I don't have a penny," Pinocchio answered, very mortified and hurt. "Bad, my doll," replied the gardener. "If you don't have a penny, I don't have a finger of milk." "Patience," said the doll, and made as if to leave. "Wait a bit," said Wanjo. "We could manage. Do you want to go around the Ferris wheel?" "What is the Ferris wheel?" "It's that wooden contraption that is used to draw water from the cistern, to irrigate the vegetables." "I'll try. Then get me 100 buckets of water and I'll give you a glass of milk in exchange." "All right." Wanjo led the doll to the orchard and taught it how to turn the wheel. Pinocchio immediately set to work, but before he had brought up the 100 buckets of water he was drenched in sweat from head to foot. He had never worked like that. "Until now this work of turning the water wheel," said the gardener, "had been done by my donkey, but today the poor animal is dying." "Are you taking me to see him?" said Pinocchio. "With great pleasure." As soon as Pinocchio entered the stable he saw a poor donkey lying in the straw, exhausted from hunger and overwork. When he looked at him fixedly, he said to himself, getting upset, "I know this donkey. It's not a new face to me." And, leaning towards him, she asked him in an Asnal dialect, "Who are you?" Hearing the question, the donkey opened its dying eyes and answered, stammering in the same dialect, "I am me. Me, Cha." Then he closed his eyes and expired. "Oh, poor Wick," said Pinocchio in a low voice, and picking up a bunch of straw he wiped away a tear that ran down his face. "Are you so moved by a donkey that cost you nothing?" said the gardener. "What would I, who bought it with hard cash, have to do?" "I'll tell you. He was a friend of mine." "Your friend? A schoolmate? How?" Wanjo yelled, letting out a big laugh. Did you have donkeys for schoolmates? I can imagine the studies you've done." The doll, mortified by those words, didn't answer. He picked up his glass of freshly milked milk and returned to the cabin. From that day on, he continued for more than 5 months getting up every morning, before dawn, to go around the Ferris wheel and thus earn that glass of milk that did so much good for his father's ailing health. But not content with this, because, at odd times, he learned to make baskets and wicker baskets. With the money he took from them he admirably provided for all the daily expenses. Among other things, he built with his own hands an elegant cart to take his father for a walk on days when the weather was good, so she could get some fresh air. In addition, at night he practiced reading and writing. He had bought a large book without covers or index for a few cents in the nearby town, and he read in it. As for writing, he used a soft straw as a pen, and since he did not have an inkwell or ink, he dunked it in a small bottle filled with blackberry and cherry juice. The fact is that, given his willingness to manage, to work and get ahead, he had managed not only to support his father, always sickly, almost comfortably, but also to save 40 cents to buy a new suit. One morning he told his father, "I'm going to the nearby market to buy a jacket, a hat, and a pair of shoes. When I come home," he added, laughing, "I'll be so well dressed that you'll take me for a great lord." He left home and started running happy. Suddenly he felt that they called him by his name. Turning, he saw a pretty snail peeking out of the hedge. "Do not you recognize me?" said the snail. I don't know. Do you remember that snail who was a servant in the house of the blue-haired fairy? Don't you remember that time I went down to bring you a light and you stayed with one foot nailed to the door of the house? I remember perfectly, cried Pinocchio. Answer me soon, handsome snail, where have you left the good fairy? What does he do? Has he forgiven me? Does he remember me? Does he still love me? It's quite far from here. Could I go see her, too? All these questions, asked hastily and without taking a breath, the snail responded with his usual phlegm, "My Pinocchio. The poor fairy lies in a hospital bed." In the hospital? Unfortunately, overwhelmed by so many misfortunes, she has become seriously ill and she doesn't even have enough to buy a piece of bread. Really? Oh, what great pain you have caused me. Oh, poor fairy, poor fairy, poor little fairy. If I had 1,000,000 I would run to take it. But I only have 40 cents. There you have it. I was going to buy a new suit. Take them, snail, and take them at once to my good fairy. And your new suit? What do I care about the new suit? I would even sell these rags that I wear on her in order to help her. Go, snail, and hurry. And she comes back here in 2 days, and I hope I can give you more money. Until now I have worked to support my father. From now on, I will work 5 more hours to support my good mother as well. Goodbye, snail. I'll wait for you in 2 days. The snail, contrary to his habit, began to run like a lizard in the full August sun. When Pinocchio returned home, his father asked him, "And the new suit?" "I couldn't find one that suited me." "Patience. I'll buy it another time." That night, Pinocchio, instead of watching until 10 o'clock, stayed awake until after midnight, and instead of making 8 wicker baskets, he made 16. Then he went to bed and fell asleep. In a dream he seemed to see the fairy, very beautiful and smiling, who, after giving him a kiss, said to him thus, "Very good, Pinocchio. Thanks to your good heart, I forgive you for all the mischief you've done until today." Children who lovingly help their parents in misery and illness always deserve praise and affection, even if they cannot be cited as models of obedience and good conduct. Be wise hereafter and you will be happy. At that moment the dream ended and Pinocchio woke up with his eyes out of his sockets. Now imagine what his astonishment would be when, waking up, he realized that he was no longer a wooden doll, but had become a child like all the others. The rest. He glanced around him and instead of the usual thatched cottage walls he saw a pretty room furnished and adorned with an almost elegant simplicity. And when he jumped out of bed he found a new wardrobe prepared, a new hat and a pair of leather boots that were a true dream. As soon as he was dressed, it occurred to him to put his hands in his pockets and took out a small ivory purse, on which were written these words, "The fairy with the blue hair returns to his dear Pinocchio the 40 cents and thanks him for his money. Good heart." He opened the purse and, instead of 40 copper pennies, found 40 newly minted gold coins. Then he went to look at himself in the mirror and it seemed to him that he was someone else. He no longer saw the usual image of a wooden puppet reflected, but instead he saw the lively and intelligent face of a handsome boy with brown hair, light blue eyes and a cheerful and festive appearance like Easter. In the midst of all these marvels, which followed one after the other, Pinocchio no longer knew if he was truly awake or if he was still dreaming with his eyes open. "Where is my father?" he suddenly yelled, and going into the neighboring room he found old Geppetto, healthy, fresh, and in good humor, as of old, who, having returned to his profession as a carver, was drawing a most beautiful frame with leaves, flowers, and little heads of various animals. "Get me out of this doubt, Daddy. How do you explain all these sudden changes?" asked Pinocchio, jumping on his neck and covering him with kisses. "These sudden changes in our house are your credit," Geppetto said. "For what merit of mine? Because when the children who were bad become good, they have the virtue of achieving a new and smiling appearance within their family." "And where will the old wooden Pinocchio have hidden?" "There you have it," Geppetto answered, and he pointed to a large doll leaning on a chair, with its head turned to one side, its arms dangling, and its legs crossed and half bent, that it seemed a miracle that it even stood upright. Pinocchio turned to look at him, and when he had looked at it a while, he said to himself with great complacency, "How funny it was when he was a doll. And how glad I am to have become a proper boy." Thank you for reading this book from www.alejandria.com. Discover our collection of public domain works in Spanish on our website. Phrases to learn and practice English, of course. Here are some common English phrases to learn and practice. Hello. How are you? Hello. How are you? What's your name? What's your name? Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you. How do you say in English? How do you say in English? Can you help me? Can you help me? I don't understand. I don't understand. Excuse me. Excuse me. Sorry. I'm sorry. Thank you. Thank you. You're welcome. You are welcome. Buenos dias. Good morning. Good afternoon. Buenas tardes. Good evening. Good night. How much does it cost? How much does it cost? Where is the bathroom? Where is the restroom? I love you. I love you. What time is it? What time is it? Have a nice day. Have a good day. See you later. See you later. Can I have the check, please? Can you bring me the bill, please? Art music continues and follows the numbering, of course. Here he leaves you more phrases to learn and practice English. What do you do? What do you do for a living? Que tal tu dia? How was your day? Where are you from? Where are you from? I'm sorry. I don't speak English very well. Sorry. I don't speak English very well. Could you repeat that, please? Could you repeat it, please? What's the weather like? What's the weather like? I'm looking for. I'm looking for. How long have you been here? How long have you been here? What's your favorite food? What is your favorite food? Can you recommend a good restaurant? Can you recommend a good restaurant? What's your favorite hobby? What is your favorite hobby? How do you get to? How do I get to? I'll have a coffee, please. I'll have a coffee, please. Where's the nearest gas station? Where is the nearest gas station? Do you have any pets? Have pets? I'm sorry. I didn't catch your name. I'm sorry. I didn't catch your name. What's the best way to learn English? What is the best way to learn English? What's your favorite movie? What is your favorite movie? Can I have a glass of water, please? Can I have a glass of water, please? What do you recommend doing in this city? What do you recommend doing in this city? Art music continues and continues with the numbering of course. Here are more phrases to learn and practice English. What's your favorite music genre? What is your favorite music genre? What do you like to do for fun? What do you like to do to have fun? Can you tell me more about? Can you tell me more about? What's your favorite book? What is your favorite book? How do I get to the airport? How do I get to the airport? What's the Wi-Fi password? What is the Wi-Fi password? How much does it cost to park here? How much does it cost to park here? What's your favorite holiday? What is your favorite holiday? What's the best way to see the city? What is the best way to see the city? What's your favorite place to visit? What is your favorite place to visit? I don't eat meat. I do not eat meat. Do you have any allergies? Do you have any allergies? Can I have a menu, please? Can I see the menu, please? What's your favorite color? What is your favorite color? How do you spell your name? How do you write your name? I'm here on vacation. I'm here on vacation. Do you have any recommendations for things to do? Do you have any recommendations for things to do? What's the difference between and? What is the difference between and? How many people are in your family? How many people are in your family? I'm sorry, I didn't understand what you said. I'm sorry, I didn't understand what you said. Art music continues and continues with the numbering of course. Here are more phrases to learn and practice English. Can you please speak more slowly? Can you speak more slowly, please? What do you think of this place? What do you think of this place? Do you have any siblings? Do you have brothers? How do I get to the nearest train station? How do I get to the nearest train station? I'm sorry, I'm not from here. I'm sorry, but I'm not from here. Can you recommend any good museums? Can you recommend a good museum? What's your favorite TV show? What is your favorite TV show? What's the best way to get around the city? What is the best way to get around the city? Can I see the menu, please? Can I see the menu, please? What's the capital of? What is the capital of? How long are you staying here? How long are you going to stay here? I don't speak English very well. Can you please speak more simply? I don't speak English very well. Can you speak simpler, please? Can I have a map, please? Can I have a map, please? What's the best time of year to visit? What is the best time of year to visit? What's your favorite place to eat? What is your favorite place to eat? How do you say this word in English? How do you say this word in English? Can you recommend a good hotel? Can you recommend a good hotel? What's your favorite type of cuisine? What is your favorite type of cuisine? What's the best way to see the sights? What is the best way to see the tourist places? How much does it cost to stay here? How much does it cost to stay here? Art music continues and continues with the numbering of course. Here are more phrases to learn and practice English. What's the weather like today? How is the weather today? How do I get to the nearest ATM? How do I get to the nearest ATM? Can you recommend a good bar? Can you recommend a good bar? What's your favorite hobby? What is your favorite hobby? How do you say hello in your language? How do you say hello in your language? What's the exchange rate for? What is the exchange rate for? Can I pay with a credit card? I can pay with credit card. What's your favorite sport? What is your favorite sport? How do I get to the nearest bus stop? How do I get to the nearest bus stop? Can you recommend a good restaurant? Can you recommend a good restaurant? What's the best way to learn English? What is the best way to learn English? What's your favorite movie? What is your favorite movie? How long have you been studying English? How long have you been studying English? Can you give me directions? 2. Can you give me directions to? What's the best way to make friends in a new city? What is the best way to make friends in a new city? What's your favorite thing about this city? What is your favorite thing about this city? Can you recommend a good book? Can you recommend a good book? How do I say, thank you, in your language? How do you say, thank you, in your language? What's the best way to get to know a new culture? What is the best way to get to know a new culture? What's your favorite thing to do in your free time? What is your favorite thing to do in your spare time? Art music continues and continues with the numbering, of course. Here are more phrases to learn and practice English. Can you tell me about yourself? Can you tell me about yourself? What's your favorite kind of music? What is your favorite kind of music? What's the best way to learn a new language? What is the best way to learn a new language? Can you recommend a good place to go shopping? Can you recommend me a good place to go shopping? How do I get to the airport from here? How do I get to the airport from here? What's your favorite holiday destination? What is your favorite holiday destination? Can you recommend a good website for learning English? Can you recommend me a good website to learn English? What's the best way to improve your English pronunciation? What is the best way to improve English pronunciation? What's your favorite type of cuisine? What is your favorite type of cuisine? How do I order food in a restaurant? How do I order food in a restaurant? What's the best way to make small talk? What is the best way to make small talk? Can you recommend a good place to visit in the area? Can you recommend a good place to visit in the area? What's your favorite thing to do on weekends? What is your favorite thing to do on weekends? How do I ask for directions in English? How do I ask for directions in English? Can you recommend a good movie to watch? Can you recommend me a good movie to watch? What's the best way to learn English grammar? What is the best way to learn English grammar? What's your favorite book? What is your favorite book? How do I make a reservation in English? How do I make a reservation in English? Can you recommend a good place to go for a walk? Can you recommend a good place to go for a walk? What's the best way to remember new vocabulary? What is the best way to remember new vocabulary? Art music continues and continues with the numbering. Let's go there with more phrases to learn and practice English. What's your favorite TV shows? What is your favorite TV show? How do I introduce myself in English? How do I introduce myself in English? Can you recommend a good museum to visit? Can you recommend a good museum to visit? What's the best way to practice speaking English? What is the best way to practice speaking English? What's your favorite animal? What is your favorite animal? How do I ask for help in English? How do I ask for help in English? Can you recommend a good place to go hiking? Can you recommend a good place for hiking? What's the best way to learn English vocabulary? What is the best way to learn English vocabulary? What's your favorite season? What is your favorite season? How do I make small talk in English? How do I make small conversations in English? Can you recommend a good place to go for a bike ride? Can you recommend me a good place to go by bike? What's the best way to improve your English writing skills? What is the best way to improve English writing skills? What's your favorite food? What is your favorite food? How do I ask for someone's phone number in English? How do I ask for someone's phone number in English? Can you recommend a good place to go for a swim? Can you recommend a good place to swim? What's the best way to improve your English listening skills? What is the best way to improve listening skills in English? What's your favorite color? What is your favorite color? How do I apologize in English? How do I apologize in English? Can you recommend a good place to go for a picnic? Can you recommend a good place for a picnic? What's the best way to learn English languages? What is the best way to learn English? Idioms. Art music continues and continues with the numbering of course. Here are more phrases to learn and practice English. What's your favorite hobby? What is your favorite hobby? How do I express my opinion in English? How do I express my opinion in English? Can you recommend a good place to go for a drive? Can you recommend a good place to drive? What's the best way to learn English conversation skills? What is the best way to learn English conversation skills? What's your favorite sport? What is your favorite sport? How do I ask for the price of something in English? How do I ask for the price of something in English? Can you recommend a good place to go for a run? Can you recommend a good place to run? What's the best way to improve your English reading skills? What is the best way to improve English reading skills? What's your favorite movie genre? What is your favorite movie genre? How do I talk about my interests in English? How do I talk about my interests in English? Can you recommend a good place to go for a day trip? Can you recommend me a good place to go on a day trip? What's the best way to learn English slang? What is the best way to learn English slang? What's your favorite holiday? What is your favorite holiday? How do I talk about my family in English? How do I talk about my family in English? Can you recommend a good place to go for a weekend getaway? Can you recommend a good place for a weekend getaway? What's the best way to improve your English writing fluency? What is the best way to improve fluency in writing in English? What's your favorite thing to do in your free time? What is your favorite thing to do in your spare time? How do I talk about my job in English? How do I talk about my job in English? Can you recommend a good place to go for a scenic drive? Can you recommend a good place to drive with panoramic views? What's the best way to learn English pronunciation? What is the best way to learn English pronunciation? Art music continues and continues with the numbering of course. Here are more phrases to learn and practice English. What's your favorite type of music? What is your favorite kind of music? How do I ask for directions in English? How do I ask for directions in English? Can you recommend a good place to go for a hike? Can you recommend a good place for a walk? What's the best way to learn English grammar? What is the best way to learn English grammar? What's your favorite type of cuisine? What is your favorite type of cuisine? How do I talk about my education in English? How do I talk about my education in English? Can you recommend a good place to go for a picnic? Can you recommend a good place for a picnic? What's the best way to improve your English vocabulary? What is the best way to improve your vocabulary in English? What's your favorite book? What is your favorite book? How do I make small talk in English? How do I make informal conversation in English? Can you recommend a good place to go for a beach day? Can you recommend a good place to spend a day at the beach? What's the best way to learn English languages? What is the best way to learn English idioms? What's your favorite type of art? What is your favorite type of art? How do I talk about my hometown in English? How do I talk about my hometown in English? Can you recommend a good place to go for a bike ride? Can you recommend a good place to ride a bike? What's the best way to improve your English listening skills? What is the best way to improve your listening skills in English? What's your favorite outdoor activity? What is your favorite outdoor activity? How do I talk about my travel experiences in English? How do I talk about my travel experiences in English? Can you recommend a good place to go for a camping trip? Can you recommend a good place for a camping trip? What's the best way to learn English phrasal verbs? What is the best way to learn phrasal verbs in English? Art music continues and continues with the numbering, of course. Here are more phrases to learn and practice English. What's your favorite holiday? What is your favorite holiday? How do I talk about my job in English? How do I talk about my job in English? Can you recommend a good place to go for a ski trip? Can you recommend a good place for a ski trip? What's the best way to improve your English speaking skills? What is the best way to improve your English speaking skills? What's your favorite animal? What is your favorite animal? How do I ask for help in English? How do I ask for help in English? Can you recommend a good place to go for a sightseeing tour? Can you recommend a good place for a tourist excursion? What's the best way to learn English pronunciation? What is the best way to learn English pronunciation? What's your favorite movie? What is your favorite movie? How do I talk about my hobbies in English? How do I talk about my hobbies in English? Can you recommend a good place to go for a road trip? Can you recommend a good place for a road trip? What's the best way to improve your English writing skills? What is the best way to improve your English writing skills? What's your favorite color? What is your favorite color? How do I ask for permission in English? How do I ask permission in English? Can you recommend a good place to go for a city break? Can you recommend a good place for a weekend getaway to a city? What's the best way to learn English slang? What is the best way to learn slang in English? What's